Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm an addict. My name's Mitch. Welcome to honoring some of our most influential predecessors, Jim Miller, Joseph Proctor, and Greg Pierce. This event is being sponsored by the Recovery First Group of Narcotics Anonymous. These guys, these gentlemen have influenced and inspired us, bringing addicts together for Narcotics Anonymous, and our speakers are going to be sharing about their lives, their friendships, and their contributions to us. We're going to be paying tribute to them today. And by the way, yesterday would have been Jim Miller's 42nd NA anniversary.
NA birthday, yes.
NA birthday. So let's open this meeting with the readings. And let's see. So Jackie is going to read Who is an Addict. Go ahead, Jackie.
Jackie, addict. Who's an addict? Most of us do not have to think twice about this question. We know our whole life and thinking was centered in drugs in one form or another. The getting and using and finding ways and means to get more. We live to use and use to live. Very simply, an addict is a man or woman whose life is controlled by drugs. We are people in the grip of continuing progressive illness whose ends are always the same: jails, institutions, and death.
Thank you, Mitch.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Miss Jackie. Hey, Mitch.
You're muted, Mitch.
Jason, are you there?
Yeah.
Can you put the readings up, please?
I have my book, though. You asked me to.
Go ahead. What is that?
Did we forget to pray, or we not going to do that part?
We'll get there.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and read what?
Yes, please.
Hi, family. I'm a grateful recovering addict named Colette.
Hey, Colette.
What is the Narcotics Anonymous program? NA is a nonprofit fellowship or society of men and women for whom drugs have become a major problem. We are recovering addicts who meet regularly to help each other stay clean. This is a program of complete abstinence from all drugs. There is only one requirement for membership: the desire to stop using. We suggest that you keep an open mind and give yourself a break. Our program is a set of principles written so simply that we can follow them in our everyday lives. The most important thing about them is that they work. There are no strings attached to NA. We are not affiliated with any other organizations. We have no initiation fees or dues, no pledges to sign, no promises to make to anyone. We are not connected with any political, religious, or law enforcement groups and are under no surveillance at any time. Anyone may join us, regardless of age, race, sexual identity, creed, religion, or lack of religion. We are not interested in what or how much you use or who your connections were, what you have done in the past, how much or how little you have, but in only what you want to do about your problem and how we can help. The newcomer is the most important person at any meeting because we can only keep what we have by giving it away. We have learned from our group experience that those who keep coming to our meetings regularly stay clean. Thanks for letting me read.
Hello.
Mitch? Lindsay, you want to read why we're here? Can you see it, Lindsay? Unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here. I'm an addict. My name is Lindsay. Before coming to the Fellowship of NA, we could not manage our own lives. We could not live and enjoy life as other people do. We had to have something different, and we thought we had found it in drugs. We placed their use ahead of the welfare of our families, our wives, husbands, and our children. We had to have drugs at all costs. We did many people great harm, but most of all, we harmed ourselves. Through our inability to accept personal responsibilities, we were actually creating our own problems. We seemed to be incapable of facing life on its own terms. Most of us realized that in our addictions, we were slowly committing suicide, but such cunning enemies of life are narcotics and sedation that we had lost the power to do anything about it. Jail did not help us at all. Medicine, religion, and psychiatry seemed to have no answers for us that we could use. All these methods having failed for us in desperation, we sought help from each other in Narcotics Anonymous. After coming to NA, we realized we were sick people who suffered from a disease like alcoholism, diabetes, or tuberculosis. There is no known cure for these all. However, can be arrested at some point, and recovery is then possible. In NA, we follow a program borrowed from Alcoholics Anonymous. In the last 40 years, more than 1 million people have recovered in AA, most of them just as hopelessly addicted to alcohol as we were to drugs. We are deeply grateful to the AA Fellowship for pointing the way for us to a new way of life. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Lindsay. And David, would you read how it works? David from
Sure. Yep. All right. Which version are we reading, Mitch? It's easier for me to read out of the book.
It's on the
No, I see that, but it's very hard for me to read that. Is
Just
it
read
6th
out the
edition
book,
or?
David, just read out of the book.
All right,
Okay.
because that last version was different. Anyways, hey, I'm David. I am an addict. All right, how it works. You want what we have to offer and are willing to make the effort to get it, then you are ready to take certain steps. These are the principles that made our recovery possible. 1, we admitted that we were powerless over our addiction, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3, we made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood him. 4, we made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. 5, we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we are entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character. 7, we humbly asked him to remove our shortcomings. 8, we made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. 9, we made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10, we continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. 11, we sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood him, praying only for knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out. 12, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to addicts and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. It sounds like a big order, and we can't do it all at once. We didn't become addicted in one day, so remember, easy does it. There's one thing more than anything else that will defeat us in our recovery. This is an attitude of indifference or intolerance towards spiritual principles. 3 of these that are indispensable are honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness. With these, we are well on our way. We feel that our approach to the disease of addiction is completely realistic, for the therapeutic value of one addict helping another is without parallel. We feel that our way is practical, for one addict can best understand and help another addict. We believe that the sooner we face our problems within our society in everyday living, just that much faster do we become acceptable, responsible, and productive members of that society. The only way to keep from returning to active addiction is to not take that first drug. If you are like us, you know that 1 is too many and 1,000 never enough. We put great emphasis on this, for we know that when we use drugs in any form or substitute one for another, we release our addiction all over again. Thinking of alcohol as different from other drugs has caused a great many addicts to relapse. Before we came to NA, many of us viewed alcohol separately, but we cannot afford to be confused about this. Alcohol is a drug. We are people with the disease of addiction who must abstain from all drugs in order to recover.
Thanks,
Thank you.
David. Thanks so much. And the traditions, Sharon, would you like to read the traditions, please?
I am Sharon, I'm an addict.
Hi, Sharon.
12 traditions of Narcotics Anonymous. We keep what we have on with vigilance, and just as freedom for the individual comes from the 12 steps, so freedom for the group springs from our traditions. As long as the ties that bind us together are stronger than those that will tear us apart, all will be well. 1, our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends on NA unity. 2, for our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants, they do not govern. 3, the only requirement for membership is the desire to stop using. 4, each group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or NA as a whole. 5, each group that has but one primary purpose, to carry the message to the addict who still suffers. 6, an NA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the NA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, as problems of money, property, or prestige divert us from our primary purpose. 7, every NA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8, Narcotics Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centres may employ special workers. 9, NA as such ought never be organised, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. 10, Narcotics Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues, hence the NA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11, our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio and films. 12, anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions. Every man is to place principles before personalities. Understanding these traditions comes slowly over a period of time. We pick up information as we talk to members and visit various groups. It usually isn't until we get involved with the service that someone points out that personal recovery depends on NA unity. And that unity depends on how well we follow our traditions. 12 traditions of NA are not negotiable. They are the guidelines that keep our fellowship alive and free. By following these guidelines in our dealings with others and society at large, we avoid many problems. That is not to say that our traditions eliminate all problems. We still have to face difficulties as they arise. Communication problems, differences of opinion, internal controversies and troubles with individuals and groups outside the fellowship. However, when we apply these traditions, we avoid some of the pitfalls. Many of our problems, like those our predecessors had to face, their hard-won experience gave birth to the traditions, and our own experience has shown that these principles are just as valid today as they were when these traditions were formulated. Our traditions protect us from the internal and external forces that could destroy us. They are truly the ties that bind us together. It's only through understanding and application that they work. Thank you for allowing me to read.
Thank you so much, Sharon, and everybody that read. Much appreciated. And welcome to all the newcomers that are here. We're so glad that you're here. And we are going to open it now. We're going to open up with some moments of silence, followed by our third step prayer, while these men are praying and watching over us from the great meeting in the sky. So let's have some moments of silence, please. Thank you. God, I've made a mess of my life. Can't solve my problems.
And I ask you to
Show me how to live. I will be done. Thank you. That was the original third step prayer, if anybody didn't know that. So we are here to celebrate our predecessors, Jim Miller, Joseph Proctor, and Greg Pierce. And we're going to open the meeting up today with Gene L. from Memphis. And I believe he's going to talk about Joseph and whomever else. Gene, thank you so much. You can unmute yourself. Go ahead, unmute yourself. There you go.
There you go. That's a harder task than you would think. Yeah. My name's Gene. I'm an addict.
Hey, Gene.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate you asking me to do this, Mitch. These are, talking through him and these other men that you got here. Sometimes it's like some of it's good, but some of it's the best and the worst at times. And but I'm grateful that you asked me to do this, and getting to know you over the last few weeks is interesting too. I just I hope that it's not my turn to make coffee at that meeting in the sky. next week or anytime soon. I can tell you that. I hope they give me a good, fair warning. But yeah, you got 3 men here, but there's a lot of women that, that were there too, and that helped to shape what this fellowship's like. But we're honoring these 3 guys, and I had a chance in when I got clean, or went to treatment in 1980, and I was 19 years old, and getting ready to be 20, and had made a complete mess of my life, and was still looking for a way out, NA or AA or recovery or whatever. None of that was what I was looking for. I was still just looking for consequences to go away. And getting to know Mitch. Mitch is a Jewish kid, and so was I. We have similar upbringing, and I went to treatment in April of 1980, and that year, that was Passover, and during Passover we would always get together with all my aunts, great aunts, uncles, cousins, and everybody, and this particular one was problematic for me in many ways. I had been taking a lot of Quaaludes back then, and my main goal was oblivion. And in a blackout, my grandmother was in the hospital. She had been mugged and had fallen, broke her hip, and then they did scans, found out she had a brain tumor. And even though I wanted to show up, I couldn't show up there clean to be there with my family. I show up in a blackout, and proceeded to fight with my family, and was fight with the security guards that ended up being beat up. And so a broken nose, black eyes, I show up at Passover, whatever day that was. And during that time, my parents had been trying to tell me that I needed help. And so I sit there with that table with all these people my elders, all these people that are no longer here, and in the worst shape that I had ever been in my life. And after that, I guess I was a little bit willing to get some help. And so my parents, I had no car then. My parents thought I took the bus there, and I thought I was gonna have to try and take the bus home. And my parents asked me, said, well, you go to this treatment center, blah, blah, blah. And that was like 2 blocks from where I was living. And I was about to get evicted from there. And been living in this little studio apartment for about 9 months and wasn't paying rent. And the sheriffs had showed us all, telling us we were all going to have to get out. And I had really nowhere to go, and been cut off by family, friends, everybody. And so treatment seemed like it was definitely 2 blocks from where I lived, and was the last house. I was either going to the streets, or I was going to try to find a place to be, laid my head. And I went and knocked on this door after my parents dropped me off, and the person that opened the door was Joseph. And Joseph was a counselor, had just been, he wasn't even a counselor at this treatment center. Joseph was the maintenance man. They had hired him as the maintenance man. I don't think he knew what a hammer or a nail or a screwdriver was, but he was the maintenance man and happened to be working that night. And he talked to me at the door and told me that he couldn't let me, come there to now or then or now, but in 2 days I could come back on the Monday morning. And I don't think I used, but I was definitely, that time between then and coming back to that place was like it seemed like forever. And I ended up going there, and all I could tell them were drug stories and made everything sound a lot better than it was. And for whatever reason, they let me go there, And what I learned from that point on was how, Joseph in '79 had been going to AA, ended up going to the library and finding at our information center about this program, Narcotics Anonymous. And he called, and Jimmy K answered the phone and sent him a starter kit and talked him through what it would take for him to start meetings and to get addicts, to get himself, continue to get himself clean, and to get other addicts involved. And so here we were in this recovery center that was basically a behavior modification place. And Joseph was trying to ingrain Narcotics Anonymous in that process. And in Memphis, we didn't have NA meetings. We just really had AA and some other stuff. And but we started, the people that were in that treatment center were the people that helped to start Narcotics Anonymous in Memphis. And we were the people, we had meetings on Mondays and Fridays in the treatment center, and some of the AA people would come, and then we would have a meeting. So basically we were starting H&I as new people, and crazy. But as time went on, we learned a little bit about Narcotics Anonymous from the information pamphlets, from the little white book, and from the small amount of literature that we had. And I carried all those little pieces of paper with me everywhere I went, and sometime Joseph volunteered us through probably Bo, and I don't know how in the world he heard, but he heard that they were going to write a wee book. And he thought, again, like he said before, that he thought it was a little book. And, how his mother and father, they had something to do with an office supply company. And he knew some printers, so he was able to. Joseph was a master manipulator. But he could finagle and get all kind of shit done, at the drop of a hat, or find somebody to be able to do it for him. And that was us. And when we had the third literature conference, and all of us in treatment went, that's when that was the first time I met Bo. And I see some other names looking around. I don't know. I didn't know what was going on for the most part, but I was grateful that to be a part of something and to realize that Narcotics Anonymous wasn't just happening in our little city, that it was happening in other places. And Joseph was pretty much the catalyst for us and the viewer that we saw that Narcotics Anonymous was bigger than us. And that's how I got to meet Greg, and how I met Jim. And, I read somewhere early on, in the last week or two, there was I guess there's guys here, and I read his little synopsis on Greg, and there were a lot of things in there that triggered with me. I remember him coming through here and was writing his 4-step, and when Joseph snatched that up and ran it off to the copier and took it to the printer and made up with the things for recovery. Did the same thing with the triangle of self-obsession, and stamped it and went on. I think I got to pick the color out for that one. I think it was purple, and that was my favorite color. But to me, I felt it was like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride with everything that goes on here. We were just a part of something that you just couldn't imagine, or I couldn't imagine. And I was grateful to be there. And but then as time went on, I guess when the book came out, I know, I guess that was when I tell them about get into 83, 84. I ended up in 83. My grandfather passed away. I think I had ordered I definitely had ordered my first copy of the basic text. And in 83, after my third year clean, I chose to pick up and use again, and use for about 18 months until I made it back in August of 84. And by that time, the book had come out. I got it in the mail, and I had started a job. I had started college. I had started a job at FedEx that I finished with for after 30 something years. I would travel with Jump Seat back then. And, I ended up I guess in 83, going out to LA to where I just happened, it happened to be the weekend of the WSC. I went out there, and one of the people that I had met early on too was Bobby Raymar. And I went out there to tell him that I had relapsed, but I was doing okay, And I don't understand what was going through my mind, but that's what I tasked myself to do. And but I say all that to say that through the process of getting clean in those first few years, I forged relationships with people that I had no idea, and I don't think they had any idea the impact that they would be making in this world. I don't think any of them had any intention on trying to do that. They were just trying to get another day clean. And Joseph ended up at some point through all the controversy and stuff. And after I came back, like I said, in 84. And when I was using those last few months, I would pick up the phone and I would call Joseph, and he would talk to me and listen to me and encourage me to try to come back. And I would just ramble on for hours. He'd set the phone down, come back, pick up. Yeah, go on. But he was again that person that opened the window enough to help me to get another day clean and to come back in here. And I tried through all these years to try to be there for him, because he had been there for me. And that's all any of us hope for. I think the bad thing we do or I do or have done, is that the amount of time that we stay clean, these medallions that we get end up being like badges of honor or whatnot, but they really are not. It's not that for me anymore, because any of us got is just a day clean, and the opportunity to do something good today and try to make it. I think I know for me, every time Joseph, when all the controversies happened through Narcotics Anonymous, they would tend to alienate him. He would get sucked up in a wave, and then he would just completely shut down and retreat over his life. And I would do everything that I knew to get him to come out and be himself. And Bo was there one particular time where me and Mr. Bill went to his house, and it was just not it was horrible. But to be able to, and we took him out to dinner once we got him out of the house, and after just the conversation, the fellowship, the love that we shared with him, he was able to come out and be himself. And I think that's what any of us would want for any of us, you know. And through the years, it would be that struggle. And I think I did him a disservice in some ways by not allowing him to just be an addict and have a day clean, you know, and be here. We put people on pedestals. They put themselves on pedestals. They can't take themselves off. I don't think anybody that was in here wanted somebody to pin a medal on their chest, but they also didn't want to put them through guilt and shame and question what they did or didn't do and torture them like that. And so for me, it's almost like, you know, like those little lemur monkeys coming out of their little thing. I mean, I think he just couldn't do it. So, I mean, I hope that we can, I mean, you're old timer, there's old timers and there may be newcomers here, but we got to treat our old timers like they're just newcomers, because that's all any of us are. And I don't know, I don't have the wherewithal anymore to fight the fight, other than to go to meetings, talk with my sponsees, talk to my sponsor. I see one of my sponsee brothers here, and I'm grateful for him. I don't know what I would do without that part of the fellowship. I wouldn't be clean sitting here today if it wasn't for those relationships in my life. The shit that goes on, you know, my sponsor at some point gave me permission not to have to participate in that part of service because it doesn't do anything for me but tie me in knots, and it's not healthy for me. It's not healthy. And so, you know, after talking with Mitch and talking through some of the stuff that we went through and some of these men went through, I wouldn't, you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it again.
Oh, okay.
Got really hot, so the hot and cold is opposite.
Oh, okay.
That's probably God telling me.
I was just going to shampoo my hair.
When the young lady read "Why Are We Here," that was really a throwback to listen to the old verbiage and the old text, and sometimes it's that's all any of these people wanted, was to be able to talk and give people hope, love, and encouragement when they get here. You know, give us a language that we can understand, speak to our hearts and speak to our souls, and try to teach us help us to learn a new way to live. And that's something we never had. And I always, the expectation I had was that Narcotics Anonymous, the stuff that we learned, that Bo taught us, that all this stuff would be a living document. It would continue to change as the fellowship changed, grew, and understood. And I was okay with that. But I just try to just deal with where we are and what we're doing today. And with that, you know, I hope that we all get another day. Love y'all. Thanks.
I'm gonna unmute everybody to.
Thank you, Gene.
Thanks, Gene. Love you.
Thank you, Gene.
Gene.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing.
Love
Thank
you.
Good
you.
job, Gene. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very healing.
We are going to open this up at the end of the sharing for people to ask questions and for people that do these people to comment and to share themselves. But I just want to thank Gene again. The last minute to come here. Thank you so much, man. I've really enjoyed getting to know you and hope to get to know you more, and I'm sure we will. And thank you again. Much love. And our next speaker is our friend Pete B. from Virginia. Go ahead, Pete. Bring it.
Thanks a lot, Mitch. Thanks for putting this together, and Gene, thanks a lot. I really.
Yo, B, you want to suck my fucking cock?
Can somebody take care of that?
Got it.
Thanks. I haven't had one of those in a while. I forgot that's something we have to deal with on this stuff. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate, and you know, like I was really hoping, and Gene, you set a nice tone with your talk, because I was hoping that this wasn't going to be all about putting these addicts on a pedestal and worshiping them from afar, because that's not fair to them. An addict alone is in bad company, and they were one of us. They were addicts, very much so. And you know, they're addicts with clay feet, you know, just like we all do. And I was hoping that we would be sharing honestly here, and that was a wonderful. You set a wonderful tone there, Gene. So you know, I don't, you know, some people here know me, know my story, and some don't. I'll just set a little background to how I first met Jim. You know, I got clean, and you know, I first started trying to get clean. And I was in South Jersey, right across the river from Philadelphia, in 1977. And it took me until 1980 to find fucking NA, because they were doing such a good job being anonymous and around there that I couldn't find them. It was a guy named Steve Caskey told me about NA in an AA clubhouse, and I can say his whole name because he's not with us anymore. But you know, he saw me, and he said. I commented after he spoke, like he slipped in a few remarks, you know, in his story that I knew, you know, he did more than drink, you know, and I hadn't heard anyone do that in an AA meeting. So I went up to him afterwards, and I said, I noticed you slipped in a few things that none of these folks picked up, but I did. He said, oh, you must be an addict. You know, I was a little offended at first, you know, I didn't know what that meant. But that brings me to one of the first things I wanted to say, and this is along the lines of a real tribute to Jim, this part, because my understanding, there was a time, and it was before I got here, there was a time that in an NA meeting you'd hear people identifying as junkies, potheads, juice heads, you know, needle freak, you know, alkies, you know, the whole nine. And they very much were like, yeah, that's what I am. And, you know, and they'd all gather together, you know, all the needle freaks would gather together, and all the potheads would gather together. And I think, you know, Jim was somebody who understood the meaning and value of words, how important they were. And I think even before I got here, Jim had made, you know, he had made a point, and this is, we're talking, he would have been in his first year clean, because like, I think he got clean in 1979, but this is the kind of impact this guy was having already. He made a real point of, and Bo can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Jim was one of the ones that really pushed the idea of keeping the identification simple as addict. And because when I got to that first meeting, they were all addicts. They weren't all this other crap. And George R., I was getting ready to walk out of that meeting because I thought they were a bunch of punks, you know, a bunch of, you know, teenagers. I thought I walked into a youth group. I was 25. I was an old 25, right? And they were all teenagers. And George came out, and he just very, in less than a minute, it described to me what an addict was, what addiction was, and what NA was all about. You know, he did that in less than a minute. You know, greatest elevator speech in my life, and that I heard. And I walked back into that meeting, and I suspected that I was an addict, and I left that meeting knowing I was. And I also left that meeting with hope. And you know, because there's something I know now that it was that therapeutic value of one addict helping another. But I also, I've reflected on this a lot. I really think the fact that they weren't doing all that, calling themselves different things, they were all addicts. And so I was able to just feel like I was one of them. And when I got over my own shit, I was able to realize that I was just like them. I started using when I was 14, and I stopped growing emotionally then. And now I was in with a bunch of teenagers who were my age emotionally, and I can tell you what, I was very much like a young teenager for my first, at least first couple of years clean, emotionally. I was a kid, and my first 90 days were constant obsessions to use, but I'd heard a message here about total abstinence, and so I was committed to it. I did relapse once 3 weeks in. And, and then when I came back, I threw myself on the mercy of the group. I said, what do I do? And George told me that, I don't know, the people that seem to stick around are the ones who get involved. So I got involved. And, during those first 90 days when I was having all those obsessions, the times that I felt safest were the times I was doing something with NA, times I was hanging out with those kids. And the good thing about that group I got clean in was everybody did everything together. It wasn't just show up at a meeting and then go live your life. It was show up at a meeting and then go out after the meeting and then go somewhere. We were always doing stuff. George would be going to the area services, so 4 carloads would load up and go to area services with George. And that's how it worked. George was doing the public. They called it public relations then in Philadelphia. I know eventually it became public information, but George was the public relations officer for Philadelphia. The guy was 20 years old, right? But he had 3 years clean. So he was like, he was something. But, I was all about public relations because I couldn't find you guys for 2.5 years. I was like, we're doing too good a job of hiding. Let's get, let people know we're here. But, what actually, the first thing that I had ever related to was the written word. I had a lot of social anxiety when I showed up here. I was really, especially the longer I got clean, the more that became prominent. Because using for me was how I dealt with life. I was a functional addict. I had, had a decent job when I got here, and I'd served 4 years in the Navy, learned how to run a nuclear power plant. All that in active addiction. My problem was trying to live life without drugs, and I didn't know how to do that. And you guys taught me how. But so for the first 90 days, I'm having obsessions every day, and it's like I'm fighting this thing. I didn't have a vision of. I still wasn't sure about NA either. I wasn't sure. Like, all I knew about NA was there's a bunch of these kids in this church basement. And I felt I felt hope from them. But I didn't know, like, is this just a fly-by-night thing or what, because, I just didn't know. And then they were talking about a convention that June, and that was right after I had 90 days. And so we did what, we just loaded up 4 carloads of addicts and went to this convention. And that's when I met Jim. That's when I met Bo. I met Motorcycle Ed. Met a lot of these people that they had a vision of NA, and they shared it freely. And I still remember to this day, I was talking with Motorcycle Ed that I got, something happened. He just shared, just him sharing honestly, one addict to another. I caught a vision of NA, and I knew that this thing was here. And I found out at that convention that we were writing a book. And, and I knew the written word was important because it's what first clued me in that I might have an issue, that I might have, problem. And so, they needed somebody that could type, and I could type. And so, and we were already doing some work back in Bucks County. We were doing some work on steps and traditions. And, we got to meet up with these cats from Marietta, Georgia, and Ohio and Tennessee, and all these addicts from all over. And funny thing happened was I never had another obsession to use after that convention, and it didn't even occur to me until a couple of weeks later when I realized I haven't had an obsession to use. you know, we came back really on fire with an NA message, and we brought that back to the Philadelphia area, and you know, they had a newsletter in Marietta, and they shared it with us. It was called the Rainbow Connection, and you know, I immediately, like, I loved it, you know, and you know, and I didn't realize, you know, in my memory it was like later that year that I started, you know, thinking about something for the clean sheet. But Francis dug up this letter that I wrote, a copy of a letter that I wrote to Bo, which I have no idea how he found that, you know, but you know, it was something I wrote to Bo like a couple weeks after that convention, and I was already talking about starting up a newsletter for the Philadelphia area, you know, and so I don't, you know, like I say, you know, that stuff happened, you know, everything was very fluid, things happened quickly, you know, NA was exploding. You know, one thing that I had, and you know, getting ready to talk, I went back in my archive emails, and I was, you know, Jim signed off with, I had a whole bunch of emails between Jim and I that, you know, he was somebody who, he reached out to me when I had been away from the fellowship for a long time, still in recovery, still clean, but I didn't think I belonged here. And Jim opened the door, and Jim basically said, "You belong here, you're missed, and we love you." And he meant that shit. When Jim and I talked, I mean, we had a very open and honest friendship from the beginning. I discovered early on that I could be critical of something he did or said, and he didn't take it personally, you know, and he wanted to hear what I had to say. And then we could have, like, I mean, you know, he was one of the first adults in the room that I met in NA, you know, because like I said, I was still very much a kid, you know, emotionally. But Jim, you can have an adult conversation with, and you know, and he took things pretty seriously and in a good way. And you know, so I would get into these dialogues with Jim that I'd be thinking, oh man, he's going to hate me after I say this, and you know, it never, you know, he liked to have that open debate, you know, about stuff. But at the end of this one email, we were just talking about some of the things that happened, and he signed off with, "We were honored to be there, weren't we? It could have been anyone. I'm just grateful it was us." And that's, you know, that's how most of us feel that we're there, you know. None of us were anything special or anything, you know, way out of the ordinary. We just happened to be there at a time when there was a need, and our higher power, you know, collectively and individually allowed us to step up and fill that need and do it. And you know, and I shared Jim's sentiment. You know, I'm so grateful that I got to be a part of that, and I'm so very grateful to Jim, just as a friend, who let me know, look, we know what happened to you and your group, and we know, you know, it probably wasn't right, and we just, you know, he just made sure that I knew that I had a place here. I'm a little slow, so it took me 9 more years to make my way back through the doors. But you know, that's just how I roll. You know, I'm very methodical about how I work through you know, my program. But so at any rate, I did start up a newsletter for the Philadelphia area called the Clean Sheet, and we had that going for a couple of years, and then they started there was a Mid-Atlantic region. You know, we started getting different regions and everything because then it was just growing so fast. And I think I think Bill Z really, I think originally had the idea of a newsletter for the for the Mid-Atlantic region, and we called it the Freedom Connection. You know, a little homage to the Rainbow Connection, and freedom was always something that I aspired to. You know, and I still do. You know. Today I have a lot of it in my life today, but the Freedom Connection was really that was awesome, and we put together the first issue at the World Convention in Milwaukee in 1982. We were asked to I was asked to conduct an impromptu newsletter workshop there, and Billy and I were already, you know, planning to start working on this Freedom Connection. So we said, well, let's demonstrate, let's show people how to do a newsletter. And and while we put together the first issue of the Freedom Connection. So that's what we did. And, I think there's a lady named Vicky there from Pittsburgh who was taking notes, and she went off and started a newsletter called The Miracles Happen in Pittsburgh. I'm not sure how long that one went, but at any rate, I was very much, about newsletters and stuff. And that was around when, Jim started reaching out to me and saying, hey, Jim had this vision for a fellowship-wide newsletter that called the NA Way. And, he wanted me to help him with that. And at that point, I was so up to my eyeballs. I think I was still, I was definitely working on the NA history at that time. And I was like, I couldn't take on one more commitment. So I told him, I'm happy to talk to you about it, and let's, so we sort of like, he shared with me a lot of ideas. I didn't agree with half of his ideas, but I gave him my viewpoint, and he listened, and I think he might have done a few things that, but I never considered myself an expert. I just, if somebody asked me, I'm going to tell them my opinion, and when those first issues of the NA Way came out, they just blew me away. They were such. That's when I understood what Jim, the skill that Jim had, because there was so much more. I mean, I don't want to say they were professional looking, because that almost has a negative connotation with all the other crap that we've dealt with. But they were well crafted. It was still very much addicts. Instead of everybody having their name on it, every article was anonymous. And that was one of the things I argued with him about. I didn't really totally understand anonymity yet at that point. And I think, like I say, Jim, to me, from my perspective, Jim was one of the adults in the room. So I took that in, and that's probably one of the reasons I clashed with him as much as I did, because I was still a pretty wild and reckless kid, and I thought sometimes he took things too seriously. And today I'm glad he did, because some of the things he took seriously, like us calling each other addicts instead of all this other stuff, meant a whole lot. I think that was really helpful. I know that Jim also stayed up all night at the Third World Literature Conference with George R. and Kathleen, I think from Tennessee, or Kathy. I don't know if it's Kathleen, but it was Kathy from Tennessee, and they worked on the glossary of terms, the style sheet or whatever for the. And that was like, that's been a basis. I think that's been very helpful when they've done all the translations of the literature, and all that. And that was something that, that was very important to him. Words meant something. Words made a difference. And Jim, the thing about Jim is, he spoke up. If he saw something that didn't look right or sound right, he called it out. He spoke about it. I admired that about him, because I still, like I say, back then I was still dealing with a lot of social anxiety, and I just spoke. I spoke with my pen. If I felt about something, I'd write it down. And I'd put it in a newsletter or something. But even then, I was still probably not really too bold about it. But Jim was bold about speaking his truth, and and I admired that in him. And so, just the other real thing that I can say about Jim is I referred to this a little bit at the beginning, that when I wound up there wasn't anybody that could take you through the 12 steps back then. There wasn't a sponsor that had been through the 12 steps that could take you through the 12 steps. We were all pretty much winging it, and doing all that service. The first couple of years, working on the book and the and newsletters and public relations, and we started the Bucks County area. We were kept so busy that I don't think the disease stood a chance. we were balls to the wall, man, just trying to keep up with everything that was happening so fast. But in my third year, I think, something started happening with me, and I started taking a turn, a left turn. I was at that point for the next year and a half, the service work became a drug for me. It became, my addiction was manifesting in the service work. I was doing it for the feel good, not for the right reasons. And I got pretty sick behind it. And, I got to a point where, I wound up I did everything but get high. I was part of the no matter what club, so I didn't get high. And I never had an obsession to get high. That really had been lifted, but I just couldn't figure out this whole business about how do you live life. I went through 17 jobs in those 4 years and everything else, and eventually I was like, I realized I had a moment of, I now know it was a more complete surrender than I'd had when I first came in. The unmanageability part of the first step, kind of kicked in. I realized I couldn't manage my life, even clean, especially clean. And then I was led to a group where there was 12-step recovery. And there really wasn't any meeting in Philadelphia that had 12-step recovery. And there were people that had gone through their 12 steps. And all I knew at that point was, I didn't know what to make of this group because they were different than any other group I'd seen at that point. But all I knew was, I saw people there that were living, they weren't clean and crazy, and everyone else I knew was, and I couldn't, and I could go there safely without somebody getting me into more service, without somebody feeding the drug to me, the drug of service work, because it can become a drug if you're not working 12 steps. And you're doing all the service work, at some point that service work is going to become a drug. At least it did for me, and we are being honest and truthful here. So I'm being honest and truthful about that. Well, that group, I eventually got someone to sponsor me, and up until then, it's like, it looked like an NA meeting to me. They had NA literature. It wasn't anything, but the way they were taking people through the steps, the basic text had just come out. There was no step guide in NA. There wasn't any of that, and so they were taking addicts through, with the AA Big Book to take them through the steps, and at that point, I needed recovery more than I needed to be right about. I mean, I was one of the early NA purists in Philadelphia. Believe me, I think Billy has told me that I was the one. I gave him shit once for having an AA speaker at an Adathon in Allentown, and I kind of turned him into a purist, but. But at any rate, at that point, I wasn't picking and choosing. I was like, I needed recovery or I was going to die. We had a saying back then, work the steps or die, motherfucker. And I was fucking dying. So I took the steps. And later that year, that group got kicked out of NA for using the AA Big Book to take addicts through the steps. I was like, we were honoring the truth and we didn't bring it in the meeting, but I got it at that time. I got it. To me, it was like, okay, well, we'll keep doing what we do. We don't need that service structure. We just need a group. We need a group of addicts, and that would have worked. But we lost our group unity over that. Half the group decided to stay with NA, half the group split. And that group didn't fare well. They continued, and I stuck with them for a while. But after a while, that didn't work out. But in the meantime, I had really good sponsors who had instilled in me the importance of working steps in my life. And so for the next good long while, my wife and I, she was in the program too, and she'd had the same experience. We just lived our lives, and we made connections. We had people that knew us and we got involved in spiritual communities and we made do. And, I never thought that I belonged in NA after that because they told me I didn't, and I let them, that's on me. I let them say that. And it took me a long time to realize that nobody gets to say whether I'm a member or not, except for me, And I'm sorry, it took me 35 years to learn that, but I learned it. Like I said, I'm a little slower than some, but I eventually learned it. But in the midst of all that, somewhere around 2009, I started paying attention to Facebook because I think I had an account on there, but I never looked at it. And I found Bo on there, and I don't know if Bo friended me or I friended Bo, but we got to be friends on Facebook. And if you're a friend with Bo, you're a friend with thousands of addicts. and Jim found me on there, and Jim reached out to me, and it was really touching to me. Like he reached out to me, and it was just like the 25 years in between hadn't happened. He was like, he just picked up on a conversation we had back in the early 80s. And we just started, I have a whole treasure trove of emails that I've saved between Jim and I that I was going through them yesterday, and it just, it brought tears in my eyes, just to realize I had a friend like that, and for stupid reasons, I didn't, other things were more important to me than the friendship. And, but Jim made it clear that there was, he had gotten to a point where he realized that all that service structure stuff was a bunch of baloney, and what mattered was the group, and the traditions and the group, and the traditions were written for groups, and that all else is not NA, and that and it was like, and that looked really attractive to me, and I did feel, and again, that was the opening door for me. I had so much else going on in my life back then that at that point I was like, come on, I've gone this long, I don't think I need that. And they probably still have all that controversy going on over there, and you know what, they do, but I'm here and I belong, and I'm glad I got led back, but I owe Jim as a friend, everything. He, in our emails back and forth, I did come across some real gems in there, but he sent me the manuscript for a book he'd written, and he asked me to read it and give him some editorial comment. So I read it. I said, that's great. I said, man, I love your perspective and all that. And he said, well, I was looking for something a little more detailed from you, Pete. And I said, oh, you want me to do a serious editorial review and critique? He said, yeah. He said, I trust you. He says, and I said, but Jim, I haven't been part of it. He says, that makes you uniquely qualified to be objective. I said, okay. And that was Jim. Jim wanted to hear truth. And so I gave him truth, and there were some things I called him out on a few things he had written in there. And, for the most part, though, I did. Overall, I loved it. But he asked me to, so I did. And at that point, I was over my social anxiety stuff. I'd learned how to assert myself with people. So I did. And I think that made our bond even more, it just, I don't know. I felt that I felt like, we were going to, and we had to, after a few really long emails, he said, hey, we have to get together face to face and talk. And I was like, I agree. And it never happened. And, and that, somebody was asking me the other day, like, would you change anything? And, and I was like, yeah, no, I have no regrets, but you know what? That's one thing that I do have a regret, that I didn't get a chance to see Jim face to face again. I didn't realize that he was, fighting cancer and all that. And, I'd heard when he passed, I just had inner ear surgery, and, and I couldn't go anywhere for a week, and it just happened to be the week that they were doing his service. And I also had a favorite aunt in Pittsburgh who had passed at the same time. And I think the one funeral was on Friday and the other was on a Saturday, and I could have done both if I could have traveled. And I wished I could have been there to honor my friend, because I've learned that's what we do. We honor people that meant something in our lives, and that's what today's all about for me. Greg and Joe, I knew both of them as well, and not as well as I knew Jim, but they were both good people. They were good addicts. They weren't saints. Every word that Greg ever wrote wasn't etched in stone or anything. Greg wrote some crap. I'll be honest with you. But some of the stuff he did write was brilliant, and some of the stuff he did write has helped to guide, how we've grown, as a spiritual fellowship. And Greg was the first one who staked his life on NA. Before Greg came along, everybody was in both fellowships, and Greg said, I can get clean and recover here in NA. And he drew a line in the sand, and he put his foot down, and he said, we can do this, and the rest of us followed him. Bo followed him, and Bo followed him with some skills that were put to good use, and Greg empowered him to do that. And he's going to tell you a lot more about that, so I won't tell you his. But just to set a little bit of the atmosphere, you know, when I really got to know Jim was at Warren at the 5th World Literature Conference. My roommate Al basically twisted my arm to get me to drive him out there. And in my correspondence, I totally forgot that I wrote this, but in my correspondence with Jim, it's while we were writing back and forth, and I had like a 45-minute commute to work. And so I'd be listening to music, and I heard Joni Mitchell's version of Woodstock. And I remembered I wrote lyrics to that on the way back from Warren. And, you know, and I also wrote lyrics to Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young's Ohio. And I'll finish. I'm going to share those with you because I can't think of Jim without thinking of Warren. You know, he chaired that conference. That conference was a game changer for me personally, and I think for our fellowship. I think a lot happened there. I mean, all the conferences. You know, we had the 7th in our house in Ivyland. That was the other thing I had to connect. I felt like Jim had the farmhouse in Ohio, and we had the farmhouse in Ivyland. Like his was on a real farm. You know, we had a little horse corral in front of ours, and we had a barn that our house almost touched, but it wasn't really a farm. It was just a farmhouse. But anyway, you have to think about the song Woodstock by Joni Mitchell version, and this is what I wrote to it. And this just kind of gives you maybe a little taste of what it felt like to an addict who wasn't planning to go there, but got kind of dragged out there and, you know, and came. So I came upon my roommate, Al. He was heading out for the road. I asked him, "Where are you going?" And this he told me. "I'm going on down past Miller's farm where they're doing some work on a book. I'd like to go out there and take a look and try to set my soul free." And this is the chorus. "They are writing, they are editing, and they've got to get this book out to the addicts." Well, can I give you a ride there? I've been waiting here for far too long, and I don't think it could be wrong to leave my job here. Because maybe it is just the time of year, but maybe it is the time of man. And I got to do what I can to try to set some souls free. We are writing, we are editing, and we've got to get this book out to the addicts. By the time we got to Warren, we were 150 strong, and everywhere was the song of addicts working. And I dreamed I saw many addicts dragging chains of misery, reading these words and being freed all across the nation. I didn't have a global vision yet. Okay. We are writing, we are editing, and we've got to get this book out to the addicts. And then we are writing, it's a 1,000-year-old problem. We are editing, and now we found a way out. And we've got to get this book out to the addicts. So that was the Woodstock. And here's Neil Young's Ohio from Crosby, Stills, Nash. Freed addicts are all uniting. We finally found a home. This summer I seen them writing our book in Ohio. Got to get down to it. Drugs have been cutting us down. Now we have found recovery. Jails, institutions, and death have been our town. Now we can say, "C'est la vie, motherfucker." that was a popular term back then, made popularized by Charles Kay. Used to always say that when he said, "C'est la vie, motherfucker." And you know, I just shared those just to try to convey. That was my best way to convey what it felt like to be part of this. And I'll just leave you with Jim's words again. You know, we were honored. We were honored to be there, weren't we? It could have been anyone. I'm just grateful it was us. And I share that with him. And thanks for inviting me, Mitch. And I'm looking forward to hearing everyone else.
Everybody's on mute. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Pete. Love you.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
Thanks,
Thank you for bringing that
Pete.
back, man.
Really awesome. Oh, I had to take a breath, man. If anybody needs to take a bathroom break and come back. But now we're going to bring up my good friend Bonnie. It's so great that I'm friends with all these people, man. It really fills my heart. Come on, Bonds. You're next.
Wow. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Pete. That was great. So many memories. So many memories. Thanks, Mitchell, for inviting me. This morning I got up and knowing that I was honored to be here. And I wanted to gather some photos. I have thousands of photos. Someday I have to sit down and Neil Young wrote a song. Sometime I have to sit down and write a letter to all the good friends I've known. I have to go through my photos and do that and pass them on to others. There's a lot of historical literature people, NA buffs that are, in our rooms now, and I want to pass them on. So let me know who you are. I know some of them because I just don't want them to sit somewhere. But anyhow, I'm an addict named Bonnie, and I'm really grateful to be here today. And I so much appreciate Gene and Pete sharing, and I can agree with what you shared about Jim. Thank God it was us. It could have been anybody. And I realize that, and I know that in my heart and my soul. One of the things I share when I share is, if I was meant to be somewhere else, wherever, let your imaginations go, I would have been put there. But my higher power put me in Butler, Pennsylvania in 1980. For people who are history buffs, find out how many meetings were in Narcotics Anonymous and how many were in the tri-state at that time. That's where my higher power plopped me. And I never looked back. I got clean in July 11th. I'm coming up on the anniversary of 1980. And I'm so grateful. And I say that with great humility because I was one of those addicts that nobody had faith in that was going to make it. I didn't think I was going to make it. And so anyhow, let me just take a deep breath. To honor the three people that we're honoring today is just, it's a soulful thought and feeling for me. When I arrived in Butler, Pennsylvania, addicts were not allowed to, there was AA and NA. There was more AA than there was NA. There was two NA meetings right in Butler where I got clean. And we had to go to AA. And we had to sit in the back at a separate table when we weren't allowed to participate. And, it was really strange. It was, I felt like a leopard. I had no self-esteem. But I still remember feeling like, what's going on here? So I would go to these NA meetings and I would be really freaked out. I didn't have my false courage of using. I had to sit there with me and thinking, what the hell did you get yourself into now, Bonnie? Because that's what I thought, like, where am I? What's going on here? And there were some pretty heavy hitters, and the meetings. A lot of people came from treatment centers. And so it was all that behavior modification, Eagleville and White Deer Run. Yes, I'm dropping names. But there was all these people like that were in these meetings that were all about behavior modification. So there was all this confrontation. If you didn't share right, you'd be called out, and it was pretty freaky. I remember my first meeting. I'll never forget my first meeting. So I was so scared to death, as I shared, and I was sitting on my hands because I was shaking, I was rattling. It wasn't just because I was, detoxing. I mean, I was like inside, but like I am now, but I'm not scared. I'm just, I got a lot of emotions going on. And so, I passed and this guy called me out like, oh, you're all recovered and la, 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 la. And I started crying and, I don't know where that guy is. He was from Philadelphia, but he was in Butler, PA. And so like, I kept on going, I kept on going to meetings and doing what I needed to do. And eventually what happened was somehow, I think I was at a regional meeting or an area meeting and Jim invited me and my friend Timothy to go over to speak at a meeting in Ohio. And so we went over there and I think we might even said we were clean and sober. And those who know Jim, you didn't say clean and sober, and he was the first one that delivered the clean message of the clear message of Narcotics Anonymous. Jim was the teacher. And that's how my impression of Jim was. He talked about us being all inclusive and that the disease of addiction didn't separate. It didn't know about one drug or another or one person over another. That we were addicts and don't use no matter what. And that's what struck up our friendship. He planted a seed and my relationship with Jim and eventually Kathleen at that time was all about service. Like I got involved in service right away. And, I remember, after being around Jim and Kathleen and some of the other cats in Pittsburgh that I met at the time, getting regional meeting lists, being part of sitting in committees of Miracles Happen, hearing about what was going on, that I was hooked. I was driven. There was a power within that that my friend Timothy and I, who was like my NA running partner, if you will, we got this NA bug, this NA connection. And so we used to sit there with the 4 IPs and a little white book and try to start meetings. And, I think for me, it would be really unfair if I didn't share authentically. I'm not, even though this format of Zoom is like Hollywood Squares, Narcotics Anonymous is not Hollywood for me. This is still life and death. I've been in trenches for a long time. I have 2 daughters, one clean 12 years and one going into a long-term treatment facility tomorrow, actually. And so like I've been in the trenches of carrying the message and active and non-active and recovery people for all my recovery. And so it would be unfair for me to say this wasn't a movement. It was a movement. A spiritual movement to carry a message to addicts who are still suffering. And I still do that. That's my home group. We're a historical literature meeting. We just got done reading the Gray Form 3 different times, line by line. And we sponsor people, and we're not part of the rest of the service structure because that's just who we are, because it's just the way it ended up. So, yep. We need the traditions and we need the home group to carry the message to the addict still suffers. And some of you might not like that, and that's okay. It's taken me a long time to be open and share about that. And I think that's because of my influence by Jim and Greg and Joseph. And so, Jim was always inviting me places and having me be part of. And I remember like one time Kathleen was going up to Michigan to, this is a pretty funny story. I had gotten married early on in recovery. I think it was my 2nd year, and had my first daughter by the time of 1982, 83. And anyhow, Kathleen needed someone to drive up to Michigan to pick up her kids, and who could drive a stick, and I could do that. So I went over to the farm, and her and I drove up to Michigan to pick up her kids. And, you know, there was a lot of conversation about NA and what was going on, and, you know, all kinds of stuff. And Jim handed me, this is a stack of NA ways. Jim handed this stuff to me for light reading before I went to bed, and we got up early in the morning. There's a picture I sent to Mitchell of all these NA ways that I have, and Jim's like, "Yeah, just read that for some light reading before you go to sleep," you know. And you know, and then Kathleen and I, of course, rode up to get our kids, and we had a lot of conversation, you know, on the way back of what we interpreted as recovery and total abstinence. You know, we can talk about service work, but the proof is in the literature, the original literature from back then, and I call it original literature. It was the group conscience, where you actually prayed and you sat there, you know, and until, you know, we already did the pros and cons, you know, but we really paid attention to the second tradition, you know, of that conscious God speaking through our group conscience. And we talked about what we thought God was, and meditation and higher power and all that. So for me, it wasn't always service work. It was conversations before and after. And so those are the conversations that Jim and I would have when we would talk about love, and we would talk about commitment and talk about investment. You know, when you, like, if you build something, if you build your own home, or you're an artist and you paint something or you create something, there's an investment. There's a part of me that's so entrenched in Narcotics Anonymous because I was there to hold space for this thing to grow. You know, the groups that we started, and that's what Jim implanted, and that's what Joseph and Greg, but they were always telling me, write. I don't write. I didn't write my story because I was told in the beginning, when they were asking for stories for the basic text, I was so broken down with all the therapeutic recovery that my ego was like, oh, don't write your story, you're bragging. And now today, like, I really wish I would have wrote my story down, you know, and who knows where it would have went. It probably would have gotten a book, because there wasn't a whole lot of women's stories, you know, and so, like, look at me today. I'm the only woman on here. I mean, Kathleen, Carol, Robin, Connie, there's a lot of us, you know, that could have been on here, and I don't know why they're not on here, because they knew Jim a lot better than me. Even though I lived in Butler, it wasn't that far. They knew Jim way better than me. I just know Jim from being in service and having conversations, you know. But one of the things that Jim and I talked about was service work and being a part of, and commitment, like start the meeting on time, end the meeting on time. Stay within the confines of the traditions. Don't deviate. Speak out. You know, like Jim taught me how, like, chairing a meeting, and right, wrong, and different, and what people think today, because it's a lot different today. Like, if you're chairing a meeting, you would have a responsibility to preside over that meeting and keep it on topic about recovery. Narcotics Anonymous is about recovery. It's not about relapse. One of the things that Greg would say, you know, relapse is not a requirement for recovery. But if you relapse, welcome back. You never have to use again. That hit my soul. I'll never forget watching Greg stand at the podium at one of the East Coast conventions, sharing that, like, right on. You know, these cats, for me, Joseph and Jim and Greg, they were authentic. Like, my conversations with them were authentic. They were from the heart. Sometimes some of the things that Jim would say for me would be kind of hurtful because they were like dead on. And like there was no wiggling out of it because why? Because it was the truth, you know. And so oh gosh, like just looking back, when I like look back on my foundation, it has weathered so many storms. There was no half stepping in my foundation with not just with these people, even later on in the 80s. You know, Mac was part of my foundation, and later on, there are so many people that are part of my foundation. So, you know, when we got the manuscript in my home group up in Butler, Pennsylvania, and we were proofreading it, and just spending the last like year reviewing the gray again, line by line, and discussing it, there was a spirit for me in there. And maybe because I got clean when I did, and it's familiar to me, so much of my concepts, like what I believe in, are still in there. You know, yes, our language has changed because we were asked to change our language to clean and recovery. And it's in our concept of, you know, total abstinence of all mind and moon altering drugs. I'm so grateful for that. I would have been one of those addicts that would have been a lifer on some of the stuff that's in our literature today. You know, that's just the nature of the addict that I was. Like, I don't know how I even like when I look back, if it wasn't for the bottom line people in my life, like I probably would have substituted a lot of things, you know, so that I didn't have to feel. I'm so grateful that these people taught me about total abstinence, that I didn't need to use something to get through a feeling. I could work steps, you know. And so Jimmy was the first one that I met. Jim and I sometimes had our disagreements. I too have some regrets. I separated from the pack. I know Billy's on here. You know, we were the purists, if you will, but that's not a word I like to use. What I want to use is we were the people that stood up for traditions, you know, and still do. I couldn't always hold the space, so I separated, you know. So one of my regrets, but one of my biggest gifts was Jim had asked me to come back to Ohio. I had moved from Butler and went to Florida, and now I'm in Asheville, North Carolina. And so while being here, Jim and Kathleen, they had asked me to come up to the retreat in Ohio and be the main speaker. And so I had an opportunity to talk to Jim, and I'm really grateful for that. I'm really grateful for that. And I got to go to the memorial and visit with some people. I don't know why Kevin's not on here, but it's okay because Jim, you know, gifted him with his archives, and Kevin got to speak spend a lot of time with Jim. But let's move up to Joseph. Now, I met Joseph at conventions with Mr. Bill a lot of times, and Joseph was a character, and we always had shenanigans going on. And there was another one, you know, that we would sit. I mean, I would stay up all night at conventions and talk to these people, you know. And, you know, Joseph talked about what it was like, you know, with the printing company and Bo and the literature conferences. And you're right, Joseph could talk anybody into doing anything. And I remember in the mid 80s that, you know, It Works How I came out, and I left a protest in Washington, D.C. with my friend Timothy, and we flew out to the conference because of that first black and white copy, or I think in our white copy of It Works How and Why, because it was such a it was just not a good representation of Narcotics Anonymous. And I don't know what him and I thought we were going to do, my friend Timothy and I, but I had hooked up with Joseph, and we ended up our names being pulled out of a hat to be members at large on the lit committee. And that's what did Joseph in. There were some things that had gone on prior to that with the literature committee and our literature, and motions being made on the floor that didn't get fulfilled, why we have so many different versions of our literature. And probably Billy will do a better job at this, hopefully being the last speaker, and pull some of this together. But, you know, when you pour your heart and soul into Narcotics Anonymous, and the controversy from the East Coast and the West Coast of the United States that was going on, because there was a couple different camps. When I went through the conference in the mid-'80s, having invested in Narcotics Anonymous. When I say investment, I invested in my life. I still invest in my life. And I'm invested in other people's recovery. Like, I'm invested here. I don't think there's anything greater on the face of the earth that we can do to help each other plant seeds with each other and get clean and be in recovery and watch how people's lives changed. Like, our greatest gift is so huge. Like, we've changed the world. Get that, folks. A recovering addict has changed the world. We're worldwide. We're changing, like, freaking changing the world, you know. Not to get deep, but I'm going to get deep for a minute. We've changed the DNA, you know, and people's lives are better for it. And our communities and our cities and our states and our world is different with the recovering addicts in it, and what we do and how we go out and serve our communities on many levels, So I don't take this lightly. When I say investment, I don't say it lightly. When I say movement, the literature movement, and how this book got written, like there are people that do histories. Kristen Boyd, one of them, you know, and I'm dropping names because it's important that we know who we are, but we're all important, you know. The addict getting clean right now is just as important as all of us, because they're going to carry the future of Narcotics Anonymous and our recovery going on. Like, I get this, you know, but we're just talking about our people here today. So, yeah, some of us were pissed off, and we went out to the World Conference to find out what the hell was going on. And, you know, hooked up with Joseph, and I had known Joseph. So just being in shenanigans with him and having fun. Joseph could be a lot of fun, you know, and sitting around. And on that World Lit, there were some things that went on and things that got said that tore Joseph up, that really tore Joseph up. And I didn't see Joseph again until there was a history event in Connecticut that my friend Jason put together in his home group, the Basic Lit group. And that was one hell of a history event where, you know, Joseph was already a recluse and hadn't been in the rooms for a long time. And I have to get all those pictures out, because watching Joseph walk into Danny M's archives of you know, items, Joseph was just so overwhelmed. He was just so overwhelmed, and to see like Jimmy's stuff, you know, being on display and all the books and the history. I'm so grateful that I got to see Joseph's spirit come alive again. You know, because when he left the World Lit Committee, it was broken. And I got to share some of this stuff about spirits being broken here. You know, when you stand up for something, I think Jim taught me this. Joseph might have just shared it too. Greg was my Jerry Garcia. Greg was always about love, about compassion for me. Like Greg, that was my experience with Greg was always about empathy and compassion. So back to Joseph and back to standing up, when we stand up for traditions, when we stand up for our right of total abstinence and what we mean by that, and it doesn't always get received well, when we stand up for, this whole thing, like, and just imagine, like you're hearing us talk about the literature movement. Three people talked. I'm talking about the basic texts, and there will be other people that will share on how this basic text got written and what involvement and the sacrifices, and people gave up plasma, and how this book got written. Fast forward, people are telling me that my first edition of the basic text is not valid. Okay, and the only valid edition is the 6th edition. What? Like, who decides that? That is not true anyhow, but people interpret what gets turned around. And so even though I can be very, very diplomatic and I have a pause button, and I'll tell you this right now, there's some arenas that I don't even go into. I turn around and walk away, because I don't want to be in conflict anymore. And I don't want to be in that stuff anymore. But that's straight up BS. Okay, that first edition, all the editions are valid. But that first edition and the 2nd edition and the 3rd edition, they're valid. They're very valid. It got a lot of us that are in our 40s in recovery. We're here. We're still here. And we're still giving and we're still serving. Watch what you say, like check out, do research, please. Anyhow, I'm the controversial one, I guess, today. So I give my gratitude and my tenacity still sharing this to Jim, because Jim was about stand up for anything, or stand up or fall for anything. And so, and I know how much the literature was a labor of love. Okay. And please understand what it took. People didn't pay bills. Phone bills at that time were like thousands of dollars. I remember getting phone bills of $900 because I'd be staying on the phone and calling long distance. I didn't have plans, like, yeah, it was a movement. And so, we get emotional here, and my passion comes out sometimes like loud, it's coming from a place of love. It is coming from my heart, it's coming from my heart. Somebody had shared about, like Jim sharing about and Bo sharing about, these are living documents, they're testimonials, of where we came from. The disease of addiction is alive and wow, it's an epidemic. What's going to save addicts? The literature, us. They come into the rooms and we get to nurture them back to health, just like people nurtured me back to health. One of the things that, this is personal, when I was using, the way people showed any kind of affection or made me feel part of was sexual. It was so confusing. It was sexual. These men that I met that showed me empathy and compassion and love never made a sexual move on me. That they loved me and they told me, that I had a great spirit and to keep coming back. And they talked about that I was sassy and that I could stand up and that I could talk, and I still talk. I talk a lot, you know, and keep coming back. We need you here. You know, those words read true today. We need you here. We need each other. I don't shy away from addicts that come in through the doors. You know, I tell them, keep coming back. We need you here. Hey, would you like to do this? Because that's what they did. That's what Jim, you know, like that was the stuff. Like one time I had like a family commitment, and Jim had asked me to go do something, and I just thought it was like so important that I do it. So I split the time with the family thing that I had to do, and going into Pittsburgh and being part. I think we were putting the regional meeting list together. It was all inclusive. It touched my soul. Like I wasn't being part of. My family had long given up on me. I didn't even get to go to my dad's funeral. I was in Philadelphia on a speed run, and nobody wanted me around because I was crazy. I was out of my mind. I lived on several different dimensions, dark ones at that, you know. And I came into Narcotics Anonymous, and I was asked to be part of, you know. There was such a theme of, you know, that vision that these cats were talking about. And I can't talk about Ohio without talking about Mac. We used to go to Mac's house, and we would do like, you know, workshops, and we'd get snowed into Mac's house, and Greg would be there. So we had a personal, you know, eat food and sit in the living room and talk about the traditions. You know, it was intimate, not sexual, intimate, spiritual intimacy. You know, where you felt like you could be naked spiritually, and talking about traditions and the unity and the desperation. People would start crying and share fourth and fifth steps, even though they weren't writing them at the time. When I look back, that's exactly what it was. And there was no judgment, and there was no taken advantage of. There was love, unconditional, raw love. So I tried to remember when I first met Greg. I think I kind of passed him at conventions, but it might have been the alternative to London in West Virginia. And I met Grateful Dave and Danny White down there, and Greg and the family. Lois was there, and the kids were really young. And I just felt this connection with Greg. You know, it was like going to a concert, and I'm sorry, this is me. It was like going to a concert, and that person that's singing, you know, they're singing it to you, you know. And so the interpretation is somebody's at the podium and they're talking and they're so raw, you know, that it just touched my spirit. They were talking about me. And so that point forward, Greg and I became very close. Like Greg was always like my surrogate sponsor. I had a sponsor. Sponsorship has been difficult for me because I wanted an NA sponsor. And a lot of people that I got clean with in the 80s, they still have their allegiance to the other fellowship. Now, I have much respect for the other fellowship for pointing the way for us to be here, but I only come to Narcotics Anonymous. I do other things for my spiritual growth, but this is the only 12-step program that I go to because it's always been enough. And the more I dig into the literature and work steps, the broader the base, the higher point of freedom, God, self, society, and service. And Greg taught me that, you know, that service symbol. I mean, Greg taught me so much that when I start looking at pictures, that's my pictures tell a story, because I can't always remember the years and the dates, the chronological order, unless I look at photographs, and then I remember what was going on. And, you know, it was always compassion. You know, a lot of, you know, somebody talked about getting really sick in service. And I was a service person too. And what I realized through working steps is most of my children's lives were spent probably on sleeping bags and their younger years until they stayed home with their father, and then they were old enough to stay home, were spent laying on sleeping bags in the corner of the room because we were doing service work. I do things differently now because I'm raising my granddaughter, okay? But one of the things that I look at is, even though I was doing service work, I was working on myself. And eventually what happened for me in my recovery is my fear manifested into shortcomings. And so I've had lots of opportunities to work on my shortcomings. And that's one of the things that Greg and I would talk about, was a triangle of self-obsession, fear. My fear has manifested. That's one of the pearls that Greg's given me, because we would talk about that a lot, and so my fear has really manifested in my life on a personal level of love. That I need to love louder than let my fear dominate me, and so I've only been able to do that through the third and the 11th step, of turning it over and recognizing it and really delving into the 6 and 7. And that's Greg. That's Greg's work with me. I would talk to Greg. I would call him up and I'd be all upset about something, service and all this stuff. And, I'd be all upset. Grateful Dave and I were really good friends. We had a relationship during the process of the baby blues starting, and Billy, and there's pictures that I have up there. We're at Billy's house. Billy might be able to see one of them. I don't know if we were unpacking the first baby blues. I don't know what we were doing, sending stuff. We were doing something. You'll have to look at that picture, Billy. But anyhow, I would call Greg and tell him what was going on with me. And, I was in this quagmire of emotions, being up in Staten Island, New York, and still having my family. I had one of my daughters. I only had one daughter at the time, and being still living in Butler, and asking him what to do and being so confused. And he would say, well, what is it? What are you feeling? Let's process that. And it would always come back to the fear, resentment, anger. I had to turn it into love and faith and love. And those are the pearls. Like, I look back and I think, like, they're everyday people. They were my everyday people. Just like, you have one parent and you have one mother and one father. And if you're lucky enough to have a stepfather or mother full of love, these were my substitution mom and dad. Both my parents were addicts. They didn't give me anything except unmanageability. Now, years into working the steps, I see what they gave to me. So for me, these were my substitutions. These 3, 4, 5 men were my teachers. They were my greatest teachers. They helped mold me. I'm not afraid to say that. And I don't say that with, I put them on pedestals. I love these people. Truly loving and so grateful. And they taught me how I could say things like, let's just disagree to agree here. Let's just disagree to agree here. And so, like, I was angry in service. I moved to Florida from Butler. Well, let me just share back. Larry North. And I'm just honoring some of the people because I'm in the 80s, and these are people. And yes, it's Jim and Greg and Joseph time but these were the people that helped form for me what I'm sharing. They were very instrumental. Maybe we'll do another time, but with them. But in the mid 80s, the fellowship, the shit hit the fan. I'll just put it that way. And like I said, it was the East and the West Coast. It was very difficult. I remember sharing with Greg about my mom and dad never divorced. Maybe they should have. I don't know. It's not for me to judge anymore. But it was almost like there was this great fight going on, right? And some of us were in the crossfires. Some of us like some of it, hold on a second. I'm sorry. I'm losing I got interrupted here. I like balance. And I wanted everybody to get along. I was tired of the fighting. It was in the rooms. People were taking sides. Stuff was supposed to be done that was voted on. You're okay, Mitch. Stuff was supposed to, stuff that was voted on, they didn't follow it through. And being of the East Coast with Jimmy and Joseph, Bo, we were upset. There was a lot of things that happened that we were upset about, and I got caught up in that. And so when I moved to Florida, they were very turbulent times. And when I moved to Florida, there was a petition to throw me out of Narcotics Anonymous for the people that I knew. The people that I knew. Jimmy, Joseph, Greg, although Greg stayed out of a lot of controversy, he held the space for it all to try to work out, and that's just who Greg was. Anyhow, let's get back to honoring these guys. I can see these, I'm on my phone. So when people are talking, I can see these messages and it's disturbing my train of thought. And it's probably because it's almost time for me to close up. But, I just, I'm glad it was us. I'm glad it was them. It wasn't us. I didn't do anything great in Narcotics Anonymous. My greatest thing is what any addict can do. I stayed clean. I didn't use no matter what. I continued to go to meetings. I did everything that people suggested to me, and my sponsor today, we talk more about other things, and bring it back into step work. I sponsor people today because that's what we do. The only way to keep it is to give it away. I always say that Greg was the Jerry Garcia of Narcotics Anonymous. I've met many people that he sponsored, and one of the things that I noticed in every one of them is that spirit of love and compassion. One of the things that I always say to Lois is thank you for sharing Greg with us. Thank you for the sacrifices that your family made. And I know I can hear you saying it to me. It made you stronger and more independent. And I can appreciate that. Because you know what we have to realize is that Greg had a family and he served Narcotics Anonymous. And there were a lot of sacrifices. Any of one of us that served Narcotics Anonymous back in the 80s, there were a lot of sacrifices. And I think my investment today and why I'm so compassionate is the investment. It's built. It's here. Addicts today, and the literature proves itself. Addicts today are more fortunate. It's all here. You just walk in and become part of, and yeah, you got to stay clean. And that can be that's some hard work, I've probably spent more time with Bo out of everybody, but Bo's alive and he's here. And someday we'll be doing a tribute to him and honoring him. I always honor Bo. I don't have the time that I used to have. We spent a lot of time together, but that thing that you shared, Pete, about drawing the line in the sand. I drew that line, and I have that line. I'm sure everybody heard that line today. When I'm a member of Narcotics Anonymous, and when I'm in a Narcotics Anonymous, if I have to remind you where you're at, I will do that. I learned from Greg to do it with passion and compassion and empathy. I don't necessarily have to call you out in a meeting because Greg told me, you need to settle down, Bonnie. Calm down. Think about what the people that are sharing are going through. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, and I realize that. And I don't necessarily like that because I feel isolated still a lot, even though I'm a 66-year-old grandmother raising a 9-year-old. It's different today for me, but what a journey. What a journey. I'll be forever grateful for Greg, and his stories. I have some of his crystals. I'm really into crystals too. I don't have as many as him, thank goodness. I could if I went out and dug for them, I would probably have tons. There's other things that we do here in Narcotics Anonymous besides service, and doing the, steps and traditions. We live with each other. We share each other's love and life and relationships, so Joseph, may you be resting in peace and knowing that you were part of this basic text. Greg, I know you're resting in peace. Jimmy, they did good work. And it was them. It could have been anybody, but it was them. And sometimes it's important to remember who they are and their families, and us. And look, if there's one thing that you take away today, because I'm all over I have a 3-year-old granddaughter who's running around out there too. I've been interrupted in my thoughts, my train of thoughts. Is an addict, any addict can get clean and stay clean. What I want to remember is that we've changed the world. We've changed the perception. When we're out in public, do your best, because you might only be that basic text, that recovering addict that people get to meet. When we're in public places, act accordingly. Let's do our best, because it's important. It's important that people know that addicts get clean and stay clean, and we become different and better people. We've changed the world. Remember that. Remember that. Thank you again for asking me to share, Mitch. Done.
Unmute yourselves and thank her. Thank you,
Can you
Bonnie.
put the chat on,
Thanks,
please?
Bonnie.
Thanks for sharing, Bonnie.
So
There's a
appreciate your
Sure.
service.
Thank you.
put a couple of pictures up.
Thanks,
Keep
Bonnie.
coming back. Just stay.
Put the chat on, Mitch.
Just put a couple of pictures up in my square because I can't figure out how to screen share them. So, but I could put a couple pictures up. That's little Bonnie there, and Joseph and Bill. And if you look up there at my thing, I could
That's
put.
the way I remember him.
There's Joe. Bonnie was mentioning Joe. You got it, Bonnie? You want to tell us who they are?
Joseph and Billy, Bo, Joe Marcus,
Not that one.
Greg,
There we go.
here you go.
That's a great shot.
Tried to rip off my Baltimore Ravens medallion.
He would. He was a Pittsburgh Steelers. Of course,
Yeah,
we're going to rip
man.
off Ravens.
Like you. Where's that? Do you have the picture of Joe Marcus, Jason?
I always love that picture, Jim, right there.
Jason?
Yeah, I love that picture too, Pete.
Yeah, this one too.
We'll get right
There's
back.
Connie
Oh,
and Greg.
man. Damn.
Look
What
how
a
young
memories, man.
Connie is. Oh, Joseph and Larry.
Larry.
Hey, Jojo.
There's a couple of
I used to work
wise
for Larry. I made him fire me.
Oh man,
That's classic.
that's beautiful, man. That's
Larry.
Larry,
The
My
riverboat
company
was.
man.
especially for newcomers, man.
East Coast Convention. Standing outside
Oh, Billy
Billy.
and Larry, man.
Larry.
Damn,
Virginia.
Pennsylvania, man.
And Billy.
Billy's. Oh man,
Is that Clayton or Lois? Lois.
Lois and
Yeah,
Lois,
Lois,
yeah.
Greg, and Joseph.
Yep.
Look at you, Lois.
Lois.
I love the story of Joe with the wee book.
Wee book, yes. The wee book, yes. Service structure, right.
yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Jimmy,
Hello, Jim.
man. Greg.
Oh, look at Jason and Jimmy. Hmm.
Wow. There he is.
Jerry Garcia. Told
There it
you.
is, man. The Bears, man.
Yeah.
Man.
Mm. Yeah. That's younger Bonnie. I was 26.
Beautiful,
27.
as ever.
Wow.
How old were you when you got clean, Bonnie?
Pardon me?
19 when you got clean?
No, I was 25. That was Connie.
Oh, you're the same age as I was.
Yeah.
We were both 25. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I took that photograph at the quarterly meeting in Charlotte.
Billy.
Billy.
Yeah, Hermit and Jimmy. Wow.
Oh, it's Jim. I mean, look. There you go.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
There's Joseph. I mean, not Joseph Proctor, but
Me, Bo, Billy, and Joe Marcus.
from
I
Florida.
can't remember who's the back. That's JR behind me on the left.
That's
You're
Jim
right.
from Philadelphia, JR?
No,
Oh, okay. Okay. I was going to
that's
say.
JR from, yeah.
Okay.
Even though that JR from Philly moved to Florida, Pete, but yeah.
He's not still alive, is he? I heard he died.
No, he died a long time ago, JR from Philly.
I heard, yeah.
It was about 7 years ago, so I was at his funeral.
He was chair of the region when I was vice chair of the Philadelphia region.
Okay.
And we got kicked out. I turned all my NA stuff over to JR.
RSR from Jersey when yours RSR from Phil.
So many memories. So much work and labor of love, not a labor of hire. I'm sorry, I gotta stop.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mitch.
And for sharing and for telling us who they are. And Gene and Pete and Bonnie, again, thank you guys. We got a lot more.
Yep.
We got Bo S. from Marietta, Georgia is going to come up now. Bo, you still with us? I'm going to unmute yourself, brother. And also, I'm going to open up the chat for a little bit. I don't want to interrupt Bo or anybody else, but in case you want to give numbers to the newcomers or numbers to one another, I want to open it up periodically. It's open now, actually.
You got to leave the numbers on long enough for us to write them down.
Yeah, well, I'm opening. I just opened up the chat. Go ahead. You're up.
Okay. I'm waiting for you to.
Go ahead.
I want to be on here. I don't want to. I'm pushed off to the side. Is that where you want me? You want me to be to the right?
No, Bo. You're straight. You're right.
No, it doesn't.
Bo, we can all see you.
I think the picture of Jim is pinned or something.
Oh, it is?
No, I'm looking at Pete Bridgman.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. That's my thing. Wait a minute. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I know. No, it's not my first call.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Okay. What are you looking for? Looking for me? I'm right there.
Well, I guess, Mitch, if you're going to tell your story now,
No.
if I'm going to talk about my friends,
go ahead.
No, I'm not. Put me on the screen.
Anybody?
Oh, you're on the screen.
You're on the screen, Bill. You want me to
you're
pin
on
you?
there.
Maybe to y'all, or maybe it's different on mine.
Everybody else can pin you up, Bill. If somebody wants to pin you, they can pin you. Let me try to do that. Is that what you want? Whatever you want here. Okay.
Well, no, not exactly.
Hold on. How's that? There you go. Wait a minute.
Okay, I still get you, Mitch. I'm not on here.
I'm not.
I'll share with my friend Mitch. Oh, there I am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go. I disappeared again. I'm back on.
All right,
okay,
there we go.
thank you. Okay, I'm thinking a lot the last few days about Greg and Jim and Joseph. There's a certain timeline chronology. When I got clean in 74, I really did want to be a big deal. And I wanted to work my 12 steps. And if there was a possibility of getting a system that would employ spiritual principles for personality change, then I wanted to have a bite of that. That just sounded really tasty to me. And so I avoided or at least I didn't seek out. I was at the formation of the possibly the first meeting in Georgia in 1971 for 7 weeks. And then we didn't have any literature. We didn't have any predecessors, and the NA in 1971 didn't take. And then I went to visit a friend that was involved with AA. I carried a 6-gun on strip, and this guy was my vice president, and he carried a 44 Magnum. And it's my oldest friend this lifetime. He lives down Tabby Island. I go down there, and I can stay for free. That's Tabby Island in the background. So anyway, I concentrated on the 12 step, and I mean, I rigorously, I figured everything I could surrender to, and I just tried to wear it out, got to where I could say, my name's Born, I'm an addict, and my life's become unmanageable. Didn't bother me a bit, no pain. And I had studied spirituality a lot in the International Theosophical Society. So I brushed right past steps 2 and 3. And then I backed up to step 2, and I realized that there were things I hadn't checked out yet. So I made my second step. I made a point of checking out some things that I'd missed before, and that made all the difference in the world. So you got to look under the carpet. You got to look in the attic. You got to look around the yard. You can't just what you learned before you got here doesn't work for ongoing recovery in most cases. So I got to the point where I could turn my life, my will over pretty comfortably. 3 years had gone by, and I used to get tears every time I got a clean time ship. But everybody in the East, and by 1977, there was 7 meetings a week in Atlanta. So I went to the World Convention in San Francisco, and I met Jimmy Kay. I met Greg Pierce, who was the chairman of the board of trustees, and he told me nobody anywhere was working on the book. I said, who can work on a book? And he said, any member. Well, that's all I needed to. I said, I'm a member. And so we began a ongoing, like series of phone calls. I don't know, 6 or 8 months later, I sent 75 pages to him, and we met at the next World Convention in Houston, Texas. I met him a week early in New Orleans, and we became faster friends. And then I shared the World Convention in 79, but so that was boom, boom, boom. San Francisco, Houston, Atlanta. And so I later wound up writing some approved convention guidelines. And of course, the corporation just loved that. I am a dyed-in-the-wool group conscience believer. I believe in the miracle of the individual recovery. I believe in the inverted pyramid. And anybody wants to know about that, let me know. It's not about a couple of bureaucrats. I know a lot about Narcotics Anonymous. I've been clean 46 years, but I still approach every day like it's my first one. And I'm surrendered. My mind is open. I work on my consciousness, my capacity to perceive the world as it is, not necessarily as people tell me it is. And, there's a lot of charades that go on in modern life. So Greg opened the door wide because he was into science fiction. He was into rock hounding. He could make jewelry, NA logos and pendants and different things. And he was just, we could talk nonstop for 20 hours at a time. And that's where the whole opening to the world of Narcotics Anonymous began for me with Greg Pierce. And he did that for thousands of people. And he traveled and he wrote and he went by WSO every few days. And he put Jimmy Kennan on his couch when Jimmy got out of the hospital one time, and had diabetes and had tuberculosis, cancer maybe. But so that's Jimmy. I mean, Greg got me involved with the book. Joe Proctor chaired the third World Lit Conference in Memphis, Tennessee. Jim Miller and Joe was also the treasurer for the World Service Conference, which seems to be a lost fact or something, but he was. And same year I was the vice chair. And if you're an active vice chair, you'll never be chair. And then Jim was the editor of the NA Way magazine for the first year. And my ex-wife, Robin, was the secretary during Jim's administration. And then the next year, she was the chairperson. So all these three people, Greg and Joe and Jim, are related to literature. Literature means every group in the world reads the book that we wrote from scratch with no outside money and no outside help. We did not want recognition. It was our call that we wanted our people to stop dying, live longer and live better. And we didn't want any recompense. We all put money in for travel and food, lost time from work, away from our families, but that's the price everybody paid. And I think that the people that supported the book in the early days, I think God made the call. And a lot of those people had lost somebody to the disease of addiction, or maybe died themselves, and they came back to life. You know, people started coming back to life in the 50s, improvements in modern medicine. But so there's an interesting, I'll probably relate back to Greg a number of times. One of the things that Greg and I shared was a moment in Northern California. We were driving somewhere in a car, and I says, "Hey, Greg, what's these people in California so upset about? I mean, they're like, yeah, they began here, blah, blah, blah. They're just really mean. What's up with that?" And he said an interesting thing. He said, well, the time came for them to write the book, and they gave it their best shot, and they found it was impossible. And since for them it was impossible, what we was doing had to be untrue, because in their experience it was impossible. And for us to write a book from scratch was just impossible. So that was supposedly his perception of their difficulty. And of course, he moved to the East Coast, and in fact, stayed with me and worked with me for several years. So, you know, we were very, very close. And he's the one that taught me about the service structure run by group conscience, which I think any addict that really wants to understand Narcotics Anonymous, right now, there's another coming together of people from different countries with different histories, different languages, but they can talk together on a Zoom call. Some of the people, and one of my dear friends in Iran is on this call. Hey, Arash. And he asked me to make some videos, so I did. But all that started back with Greg and the world of the group conscience-driven World Service Conference with 5 or 6 subcommittees, and I chaired the World Literature Subcommittee of the World Service Conference, and that allowed members to work on literature without it being seen as a ego trip, and that was an important factor to us, because we did want a book, but we didn't want to get loaded. And the word out of office at the time was, if you work on literature, you'll get loaded. So we didn't want none of that. And then there's an interesting story. I chaired the World Convention in Atlanta in '79. I was also elected to chair the Lit Committee that year, but we'll get back to that. But Joseph, the story I got, and really at this stage of the game, you know, once people have passed on, all you got left is your physical memories of being with them. This is what they said. Joe picked up a hitchhiker. It may have been somebody else that picked up the hitchhiker. The hitchhiker's name was Dean, and he was from Orange County in Los Angeles. But he wound up at Joe's house for a few days. And he was hitchhiking from Orange County, California to the World Convention in Atlanta. And he got to talking to Joe. Joe had been hanging out with Elvis Presley at Graceland and, the Memphis Mafia and all that stuff, which that's what his entourage were called. Not criminals, just people that he trusted, he had known for a long time. Elvis ran into a lot of trouble with people that approached him with some kind of angle, some kind of way of using them. And he preferred longtime friends. I could see the sense of that. Anyway, so Joseph got curious and he came over to Atlanta, and he went to the World Convention, but he spent most of the time in his hotel room with, convention blues. And that's common, for very new people. But he went back to Memphis, and he remembered the name of our fellowship. And so somehow I think he came to the next World Convention in Wichita, Kansas, and we had a literature conference there. So it was amazing that the World Convention, the next year, there was the World Convention there. So that's how big the book was in 1979. And we did a handbook for NA-LIC committees, and we had another conference in Lincoln, Nebraska a year later after the World Convention in Wichita. 200 miles up the road is Lincoln. So we had the World Lit Conference there for, a solid week. After the World Convention, which usually is open on Sunday, it closes on Sunday, so we all moved to Lincoln, and so we were there Monday through the following Sunday, and we stayed at the host chair's home, Jim Nichols, and we got a lot of work done, and we realized we were not going to get done, but our method was successful. Bob Barrett had come there. I want to say a few words about Bob Barrett in a minute. But Greg was there, and he proposed that we do a topic outline based on the white booklet, which everybody in the fellowship was familiar with. So we made a security copy of the whole 800 pages. And then the photocopies, we got everybody present, cut up all the paragraphs into snippets, and had them laid on the table, and we put markings on the snippets to locate. This is for chapter 1, who is an addict. This is for chapter 3 or 5 or 6, and just sorted them that way. And then within each chapter, we had introductory material. So out in the right margin, we wrote I. And if it's body material, we wrote B. And if it's conclusion material, we wrote C. So then we had everybody on chapter 1, who's got the first sentence. And the first sentence in the basic text, pain is our common denominator. And it did make the cut, but that was the beginning. And we pasted them up with spaces between the snippets to where we could write in connective phrases or sentences or several sentences if necessary, and send it to typing, and it would be typed up rough, including the snippet as verbatim. And the thing about we form is we changed it from I did this, I did that, to we did this, we did that. We also had a qualified we form. We, some of us, many of us, a few of us, on the other hand, so we can include all the 800 pages somewhere in what became the gray book. But we realized we weren't going to get done, even though the method was working. So we decided to have another conference before the spring World Service Conference in LA. And we checked, we thought about here and there. We wanted it in Middle America, equidistant from the two coasts, to where everybody had an equal opportunity to show up. And so there was a loud guy there from Memphis named Joe P. And so Joe became the host chair in Memphis. And it was set in, I think, late January, early February. A lot of the work was done after the conference and went into the rest of February and March. So it's kind of interesting. But Joseph was extremely brilliant with speaking and with personal interaction with people, but he could not write. He could not write a story about him getting asked to take some group money and go down to the convenience store and get some coffee. And we want this time, and then come back and maybe get a couple of sodas, and then pay for it, and then walk out the door and then walk back. He can't write a story like that. So that was a strange disability. He eventually got a bachelor's degree from Memphis State University, but Now he remembers the school teacher standing over him with a ruler, yardstick, swatting him in a classroom, and he that really messed up his mind about writing and so forth. So, you should know that. And then one of the attendance people, so you had Greg involved with the book one way, and then Joseph involved with the book from Memphis on. And that was in the early part of 1981. Your basic text was written in 1981. And a series of conferences. They were Memphis, Santa Monica, Ohio, and Miami. And there was one more on the stories in the following year. But the book was written in 81. And the middle of the week in Memphis, we realized we were going to get done with a basic composition, including the 800 pages of input and other stuff written on the spot, stories, chapters edited. There were 7 sections to begin with from the white booklet. We made up 3 more just for the day. Another one, more will be revealed, which amazingly is the last line of the AA basic text. So where more will be revealed. So there's AA and then there's more, which is NA. And so all of these people, Jim got so fascinated with it that he actually had to fly back to Ohio after the conference. I think it ended in February 8th or something like that. But he had to fly home for business, and he turned around and I pray for a rash. All my friends pray for a rash, please. And so he took some of the material with him and edited it on the plane, took care of his business, turned around and flew back, edited it on the plane, and worked on it some more in Memphis after the conference. And so he was the only member to do that. But he was really remarkably involved from that point. And one of the things about Ohio is 4 people went: Jim, Beck, Kathleen, Carol. Anyway, went up to a NA convention in Michigan. They came back and they brought NA to Ohio. And the first year, the 4 members brought it back to Ohio. The first year they had 40 meetings. The second year, 80 meetings. The third year, 120. The fourth year, 160. And I lost count after that. But I thought that was so dramatic, that it would just add 40 every year. I mean, and they steadied. And Jim was very much into the written word. I heard he used to get a spanking if he used poor English around the house. So he was the one that made the style sheet because nobody else did. So he thought it was important to get it straight that we're clean, not sober. And, we have a disease called addiction, not a substance problem. And so each one of these 3 men, Greg stayed involved for the rest of his life. Joe stayed involved for most of the rest of his life, although he got savaged by the corporation. And they were furious that an active individual could participate and help get a book put together and printed and distributed worldwide twice, once in February and again after the Miami conference in that fall. And so, they went after him. Corporations are very controlling. And they're very subject to what the United States of America does. They're very, they employ psychological techniques for mind control. for populations. They connotate certain words and control the thinking of the masses. And see, I'm against that. I really believe in the individual. And I believe the reason we were so successful where other people had failed was because we believed in each and every single member, because each member of Narcotics Anonymous is a miracle in their own right. Boy, girl, man, woman, older person, we are all miracles. And we told them that. We said, there's no doctor here, there's no lawyer here, there's no Indian chief here that we know of. And you're here because you are a miracle, and you can write a book about miracles, the miracle of getting clean and ongoing recovery and personality change and spiritual growth and loving and caring and taking time with people. And people vibrated to that. People responded to that. And Greg taught me a lot about it, the nuts and bolts of group conscious system. And I encourage anybody that wants to know what I'm saying to check out the NA tree service structure. That was the service structure that wrote the basic text, and we surrendered it to the conference, and the conference trusted the office with it. And the office didn't participate, and they didn't write the book. They didn't have anything to do with writing the book. They glommed onto it when that money started coming in. They had the checkbook, baby. And all we had was the love and surrender and the caring that Bonnie was talking about so beautifully. And that if NA changes our lives, that means it's touched our hearts. It's awakened something inside that wants to get out and is blocked by a disease of addiction. And how do we do that? We surrender. How do we what do we do after we surrender? We find a higher power we can trust, and then we get closer to that higher power, and then work the rest of the 12 steps. My favorite steps lately are steps 10, 11, and 12. But see, Greg awakened a lot of gray matter in my brain and in my heart about the 12 steps in recovery, and getting along and encouraging members, not only new members in my home group, but new members in neighboring towns in Georgia and neighboring states in the South, and eventually overseas, encouraging people overseas. So, that's the circle of love, and it's expanded, like Bonnie was saying, it's expanded worldwide. And Greg Pierce and Joe Proctor and Jim Miller had a lot to do with that. And there was a annual spiritual retreat that Jim held every year up in Ohio. And I only went a few times, but I wish I had gone more. But, you can only function within your means. And Joseph traveled a lot. The last time he was at a history conference, I think Bonnie referenced it, and I can't exactly remember where it was. It may have been in Allentown, but he and I went out. I had written a little booklet called The Impending Doom or something like that. And it predicted what would happen if our service structure just melted away into nothing, no group conscience, and became just a corporation. Just a corporation. What would it be like if every member in the world had to say, oh, that'd be too busy. Oh, that'd be too expensive. And we're addicts. We know what to do. We're part of the corporation. We'll just make the decision and go with it. Well, you're living that limited existence as long as you want to put up with it. You also have another part of your brain, another part of your heart brain that's expanding and growing through these Zoom calls. God bless the virus, but we're learning a lot. We're reading, we're studying, we're asking important questions, we're listening carefully to the answers and the recorded Zoom meetings and so forth. this is really stimulating, and it gets people off their ass. It gets them involved. It gives them answers. One of the things when I share in a foreign country, I say, when I got clean, there was no meeting in Atlanta, no meeting in Georgia, and no meeting in the United States, except maybe somewhere far away. And eventually now we have meetings all over the world. And those same readings from the white booklet are read at every meeting in the world right now, translated into, dozens of different languages. And that's saying something. That's a real bulletproof quality message, is the readings from the white booklet. And see, they were put together back in the 50s and 60s, and maybe a few more stories added in the 70s, but that's something. And they're in the basic text. The italicized portion of every chapter in the basic text comes from the white booklet. So a lot of that stuff needs to be known, needs to be known and investigated, because the potential for us to form a new service structure is ever in existence. And I'm sure Joe and Jim and Greg would be clapping and saying, yes, Bo, that's good. Good idea. Say some more about that. And that's where I got a lot of my good ideas from. And let's see, I've done a good job of keeping track of everybody else's time. Let's see, I started at 3:15. It's 20 minutes later now. I think it's remarkable that Joseph was not only the chair of the Lit Committee conference in Memphis, but he was also the treasurer of the World Service Conference the following year, I believe. And Greg was the chairman of the board of trustees. He got clean in 1970. He started working on the service structure in 72 because he couldn't stand to be part of a fellowship that didn't have a service structure. And he studied the Magna Carta and the structure and different things. And he came up with the NA tree, which is a beautifully, carefully designed and thought through system that had 3 branches at the world level. This is NA tree he wrote. And one of the branches was the Board of Trustees. Another one was the World Service Conference, which did not yet exist. And the third was the World Service Conference, the World Service Office, which was small and one member's home and his kitchen table. A lot was learned and developed around that kitchen table. And a spare room beside the house was the original WSO office location. And anyway, so the NA tree service structure was approved by the Board of Trustees in 75. It was finally enacted and began with minutes and stuff in 1978. I was elected to chair of the Lit Committee in 79. But that's some pretty good duty. And Greg was Jimmy was his sponsor. He put Jimmy on his couch one time getting out of the hospital. But and then his mom was starting a school up in Oregon, so he moved up there with his wife, and they used their savings to help her build a hospital, and they got ratted out by the zoning. Nobody up there wanted a school in their part of the mountains. This was Wolf Creek, Oregon. So he was living up there, and then he bought a school bus and drove over to my place and stayed with me for a few years. And so Joe in Memphis was involved from then on, and he carried the message and traveled and really reached a lot of hearts and souls and minds. And there, the whole community is still there, and Gene L started this memorial today, and I loved his share, Gene, and he really he started off with you know, kind of shadow boxing with the past and stuff, and then he got into the love and caring and the spirit and the ways Joe 12-stepped him and how he 12-step others. So Joe had a whole lot of love and really reached a lot of people, and so did Jim. And he's the one that put together the only standard reference form for NA language and the writing of the basic text, because we needed our own special, unique language. We needed to really get into the the fact of the addiction being a disease with certain routine forms that it took, whether you were doing heroin, a liquid drug, pot, LSD, or whatever. And when I was using, if it didn't have withdrawal forms, then it wasn't addictive. Addictive meant that you would get withdrawal forms if you stopped doing it. And of course, you don't have that with cocaine and LSD and stuff. So we didn't regard pot and LSD and cocaine as addictive, but of course they are. But that's just the world that we were given when I was young. And so if you get a good idea, you want to write it down and spread it to a lot of people. And that process is still going on, and it's going on in multiple languages. There's a Swahili version of the basic text in Africa. There's a German, a French, a Spanish, Italian, Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish, Russian, Israeli, Bahrain, Oman, Portugal, Bangkok for some reason stands out large in people's minds, but I had a sponsee that sent me a note that he attended the first meeting of NA in China, and this was years and years and years ago. But he passed out a lot of pamphlets, and the Red Army was like one village behind for the whole summer. And and then in time, I got to visit England. One of the founders of NA in England stayed at my house for a month one time, looked out for my kids and stuff. And I went to Marlikna one year. It was Johnny Horton. And so all of these people, these three guys, Greg and Joe and Jim, Joe and Jim were my lieutenants. They would, when I would chair the lit committee, and I would always check with Joe and Jim for the 2 times that I chaired 1-year terms. And Joe sort of thought things from the left lobe, and because of his learning disability, Joe kind of worked with the right brain, but he's profoundly good and successful at it. And these people, they were all heart people. They had good heads on their shoulders, but they loved and cared about a sick, suffering, trembling, scared, frightened, trapped people who had disease that they couldn't find out about on TV. They couldn't find out about it in books. The stuff was misleading or confusing. Well, if it's a problem, just stop doing it. That's the way people that don't know about the disease of addiction, that's why they talk. Well, they do it to themselves. Yeah, like they do cancer to themselves, and they do, viruses to themselves. So, and they left a lasting march. mark on the world. In particular, I remember Sprague speaking at the World Convention in Chicago, and he said, "We have changed the world," and that's these three guys. And I helped, of course, but so did a lot of people. And we changed the world. This is a different planet. Like, I like what Bonnie said. We changed the DNA of the whole planet. So I'm gonna just leave it at that. I really appreciate the love and care that that Mitch and others putting this event together. I look forward to hearing Billy A. And so I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't know where I'm at. Maybe if I started at 3:15, then I guess I've spoken for half an hour. So take it easy. Love y'all. Thanks for coming. Pass it on.
Thank you, Bo. You can all unmute yourselves and thank Bo. Thank you, Bo. Much
Okay, people.
You can
Thanks,
all
Bo.
unmute yourselves. I thank you. Thank them. Go ahead. You can all unmute yourselves.
Thanks, Bo.
Thank you, Bo.
Thanks,
Bo.
Bo.
Thank you, Bo.
Thanks, Bo.
When you coming back to the UK, Bo?
Hey, Bonnie.
Thank you, Bo.
Hey, Bo. Great job,
Tino.
Bo.
Thank you, Bo. I love you.
Thanks, Bo.
Thank you, Bo.
Very welcome. I love you too.
Thank you, Bo, for
Yay,
saving my
NA
life.
book drive.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Bo. Much
Well,
appreciated.
thanks for still saving my life.
All right, brother. Okay, Bonnie, you're going to get your
Thanks,
answer right
Bo.
now. We have Guy B from Detroit, Michigan.
All right.
I know a guy up in Detroit. I've stayed at his house.
Guy from Detroit. Come on, Guy from Detroit. Bring it.
Hey everybody, my name is Guy. I'm an addict.
Hey,
Hey,
Guy.
Guy.
All right.
Hey, Guy.
So good to see so many of my. If somebody would have told me when I first got clean that one day I would be sharing on the same platform as Bo, I would have said no way in hell. You know, it's only taken 35, 36 years for it to happen. But love you, Bo. Oh man, I guess primarily I'm going to be talking about Greg P. And you know, one of the things that I've seen just from being here right from the get-go, and for those of you that are very new in Narcotics Anonymous or newer, you know, you're probably listening to people and thinking to yourself, boy, a lot of these people are getting really emotional, and you can hear a lot of love in what they're sharing. And most certainly for those of us that were around, talking about these people, these addicts, opens up an entire floodgate of emotions and feelings for all of us, right? And because they're no longer with us, all we have left are the memories. And I don't want to say that that's not really true. We have more than memories, right? We have their spirit. And that's that part that touched us and stays with us and continues to stay with us long after they're gone. We get a part of them. That's really important. More important is that we understand that these are the people that we've come to know, love, appreciate, and respect in recovery. And we're very much aware of all of the cool things that they did. And a lot of people have already articulated on those things. And, you know, I guess I'll start by talking a little bit about how Greg came to be my sponsor. And then I want to talk about some of the cool things that Greg instilled in me during the years that I had Greg as a sponsor. And, you know, I guess I would be remiss if I didn't say that I was one of the very, very fortunate addicts, in the sense that when I got clean in the 80s, mid 80s, I had Bo as a sponsor for a period of time, and I've had Greg as a sponsor. So my recovery was destined for success right off the bat, right? When you have two powerhouses like that in your life, the likelihood of you failing is pretty remote. So, you know, and I'm very happy I still have Bo in my corner today. So I had these great cornermen in my ring, and I'm eternally grateful for having them. So I first met Greg kind of in an obscure sort of way. I had gotten clean in Narcotics Anonymous in Michigan, and I found myself missing the fact that I missed our very first Michigan convention by just a month or so. And everybody was talking about how wonderful this first Michigan convention of Narcotics Anonymous was. And I was really bummed out that I missed this great thing. And everybody said, well, if you want to become a little transient and recovery guy, there's another convention that's coming up in Georgia. And so I got a hold of another recovering addict, and we got in the car and we went to this convention in Georgia. And, at that point in time, I was very content with just being clean. I didn't have much of a desire to learn about steps or traditions or principles or anything like that. I was just happy that I was not picking up the first one. And I found myself in this convention, and this beautiful woman and me got together, and we went immediately to her room, and I stayed there for pretty much the whole convention, and I never went to one workshop, nothing. The only time I left was on a Saturday night to go get some food. And I walked by the main speaker, and there was this guy up there that looked like Grizzly Adams that was speaking. And man, he was sharing some good stuff. And I was just stopped dead in my tracks. And I forgot about the food. And I just stood there off to the side listening to everything he said. And he was talking about how in his local area now in Georgia, he would patronize this meeting called the House of the Rising Sun Clubhouse, dedicated only to Narcotics Anonymous. I said, oh, okay. I never heard of such a thing in Michigan. Mitch is putting a little picture up of the old House of the Rising Sun. And so I went back to the room and decided that I would go down where this girl lived in Florida and spend some time down with her after the convention. And that was everything. That was really all I got at that convention, because I didn't go there for the right reasons. And but I heard that, and it left an imprint in my memory about the House of the Rising Sun. And after my little stint of staying with her in Florida, she had to get back to work, and I decided I was going to do the one thing all the years and that I was getting high. It was a big thing in the 70s for spring break and high school and college to go to Florida, either Daytona Beach or Fort Lauderdale. And I'd done that for years. And I said, I always wanted to go to Key West. And I've got some extra days. I think I'm going to do it. What the hell? I've got the little World Directory of Narcotics Anonymous meetings book. I'll be fine. So I drive nonstop to Key West, Florida. And at that time, there was 2 meetings. And it was during spring break. And there was no hotels. Everything was booked up. And I found this little ratty, seedy place next to a stripper bar that I said, I'm perfectly comfortable with staying here. And I went in the strip club and I sat there and had a Coca-Cola. And these strippers started laughing at me because I was the only one in there that wasn't drinking an alcoholic beverage. And I thought to myself, this is not going to be good. And there was 2 guys at the table next to me talking about a big drug shipment that was coming in. And I just knew if I struck up a conversation with them that they would probably allow me to participate in some way, shape, or form. And in the back of my mind, I said, I better get the hell out of here and get to a NA meeting. And I opened up the World Directory and I looked in there and I went, there's a meeting like 10 minutes from here. And I got in my car. Keep in mind, there was no GPSs back then. There was no cell phones or anything like that. And so you had to use a map. And I got there and I got to this destination where it said, and I'm looking in the book and I'm looking at the address and it's just a vacant field. So whatever NA meeting was there hadn't been there in a long time. And I went, oh, this is really not good. And I went to the other one, clear on the other side of Key West. And I got there and it was an old church and there was cobwebs on the door. And there was no meeting that was meeting there either. And I got scared for the first time being clean. I got scared not knowing what to do. And in the back of my mind, the only thing I could remember was the House of the Rising Sun in Marietta, Georgia. And I threw my clothes in the trunk of the car and I drove nonstop from Key West, Florida to the House of the Rising Sun. And I pulled up and in my directory, it said that the meeting was going to start at 7 o'clock. And I pulled up and it was like 7:05. I figured I would be socially acceptably late and there was nobody there. And I went, oh, God does not want me to stay clean. And I am out of here. I am going to go get high. And I went to back out of the driveway and a car pulled up in back of me just as I was ready to hit the street. And this guy jumps out and he says, you here for the NA meeting? And I said, hell yeah, where the hell is everybody? It's 7:05. He goes, oh, our meeting doesn't start till 8 o'clock now. I went, it doesn't? I said, but it says here in the book. He goes, that book is older than shit, man. We haven't done that in like years. He goes, come on in and help me make the coffee. My name's Grateful Dave. And I went, okay. And that was one of those NA acquaintances where you just know you're gonna make friends with somebody right away. And we became pretty good friends. And I have very fond memories of going to many H&I meetings in Georgia in Grateful Dave's rickety old van, that it was truly an act of God that it didn't break down on many a country road that we traveled. And I remember the day that he told me that he had a disease that was new that they didn't know much about, but people were dying from. And I said, Dave, you look great. You're healthy. And he said, yeah, for now. He goes, but it's not looking good. And I didn't want to face that. But that was the reality. Unfortunately, Dave had a few years after that. So I made it into that meeting and I met all the powerhouses at that time locally. Bo was there, Greg was there, Motorcycle Ed was there, Joseph Proctor was there. Everybody that was anybody that was in NA, all the movers and shakers, they were in the House of the Rising Sun. And during the course of that night, I heard people share and answer all my questions about recovery. And I remember asking this girl next to me, who's this guy over here talking? She goes, well, I don't know. I'm from Atlanta. I know his name is Bo, and he's been around Narcotics Anonymous for a while. And if you go talk to him after the meeting, I'm sure he will be more than happy to talk to you. And so I did. I went up and I said, my name is Guy. I'm from Detroit. And Bo said, listen, we're having some people over. We're going to roast some marshmallows and sit around by the campfire, play the guitar. Come on over. And welcome me and explain to him what happened in Florida and how I managed to get there. And Bo insisted I spend the night on his couch. And I didn't sleep that night because we sat up all night long talking about Narcotics Anonymous. And as a result of that, Bo became my sponsor a little later down the road. And everything was wonderful. And we had one of those sponsory friendship relationships, right? And that was fantastic. And we still have the friendship today. And during that time frame, after about a year and a half, Bo ran into some financial difficulties, and I ended up where I wasn't able to reach Bo. And he had since moved to Pennsylvania. And I ended up in one of those positions that none of us in recovery likes to find ourselves in, where we end up having a sponsor in name only, kind of. And I would try to, back then we had, I guess, what we would call the NA grapevine, right? Where we would talk to one person who might talk to another person who might talk to another person. And eventually we might get a message to the person that we wanted to get to. And I found myself at another convention. I believe it was in Tennessee at the time, and Greg was the main speaker. And I went up to him after his talk, and I knew that he was good friends with Bo. And Greg was somewhat of an intimidating presence if you didn't know Greg, right? He was a big guy, and he had the nickname of Grizzly Adams, and he had the beard. He most certainly looked a little like Grizzly Adams. And it should come to no surprises people when he moved to Tennessee that he happened to be right near where Davy Crockett was born. So, and Lois, it's so good to see you here. So good to see you, Lois. Anyway, and I told Greg after this convention, I said, Greg, here's my position. I got this terrible stuff going on in my life. I'm facing a divorce and a child and a loss of a job. And I don't know what to do, and I can't get a hold of Bo. And Greg said, well, first of all, let me tell you, Bo is going to be okay. He will be fine. He said, so what are you asking me? I said, I just wanted to know, what do you think I should do? And Greg said, well, are you asking me to sponsor you? And I went, oh, okay. And that was the beginning of our sponsor relationship. And now I want to talk about some of the cool stuff, right? Some of the really cool stuff as our relationship began to evolve through the years. And many of you guys know what's referred to as Gregisms, right? Little things that Greg may say. One of the things I was struggling with in my local area, and I said, Greg, I'm trying to apply spiritual principles in all my affairs, and it's terrible. It's not working. I got this resentment against this one guy, and what should I do, Greg? And Greg said, well, you're really trying to work all the principles and everything? I said, yeah. He goes, well, when all of that doesn't work, he goes, there's only one thing left you can do. And I said, what's that, Greg? He goes, well, you can always out clean them. And I went, oh, okay. And that's what I had to do. I had to out clean the guy, I guess. But we had a wonderful relationship through the years. Greg was very adamant about me staying involved in Narcotics Anonymous, in the services, and to get involved with the traditions as well as the steps. And Greg always pushed the traditions, right? He was very adamant about the principles that could be found in the traditions. And I think believed that you could take a lot of what could be found in the traditions and apply those same principles in your life, just like you could the steps. You just had to learn how to read between the lines a little bit better. And Greg was wonderful at reading between the lines. He could do that better than most people. And I had an opportunity to go to the World Service Conference as Michigan's regional service representative in 1989. And I picked Greg up from the airport that year. And he said, Guy, before we get entrenched with all these service committee meetings that we'll be doing for the next week, he says, I have another sponsee that lives in an ashram nearby. I'd like to go there for a little visit and pay him a visit. Would you drive us there? As I had the rental car, and I said, sure, let's go. I said, by the way, what's an ashram? And he said, well, it's kind of this little spiritual retreat area and stuff. And he goes, I think you might like it. I said, okay. So off we go, and we get to this place in California that's an ashram, beautiful outdoors, and we go inside, and we're greeted by another guy that he sponsored in Narcotics Anonymous, and we hung out that afternoon, and they invited us to go participate with them in their afternoon meditation in this big little cathedral area. And I thought that this is going to be so cool. I'm going to advance my 11th step. I'm going to learn all about meditation. And so we find ourselves, these gongs were ringing in the distance, and all these people started coming out from the woodwork, and they all went and they sat in this big circle. And I'm sitting next to Greg, and the other sponsees on the other side of Greg. And they all started holding hands and chanting these mantras and going, and I'm looking around the circle, and I'm thinking to myself, well, this is bullshit. All these people are reaching this great spiritual enlightenment, and I'm sitting here bummed out because I can't scratch my butt because I can't break holding my hands with all these people, and I'm not getting it. And I shared that with Greg afterwards when we left. I said, I'm just so bummed out. This is supposed to be a great experience for me. I didn't get any of that. He said, Guy, it's okay. He says, isn't there anything you can salvage from this experience? I said, I guess if nothing else, I now know what an ashram is. So, it was a great experience for me. And then we went off to visit his sister in California and spent a little time with her. And then we did the World Service Conference. And, what a great experience for me as a newer member of recovery to be able to sit at the World Service Conference, ACE Service Conference of Narcotics Anonymous, and have Bo off to the left side of me, Greg off to the other side of me, and all these people that could help instill these spiritual values in me and help keep me in check and in place and in the right mind and mood and frame. And those were just such wonderful experiences in my recovery. And those are the things that left an indelible mark on me and continue to this day. When I was clean about 5 or 6 years, maybe a little bit more, give or take, I was asked to, if I would do a workshop at the first World Convention in Orlando, Florida. And I said, when the convention chairperson called and said it was suggested that we ask you to do this workshop, would you mind doing it? And I said, sure. He said, okay, great. He goes, we're real happy that you said yes. I said, by the way, what's the workshop? He said, love or lust? And I put my head down. I went, God damn it. And I'm thinking to myself, I had been to enough conventions to know that usually the love or lust workshops were like almost as big as the main speaker workshops. And I quickly got a hold of Greg and I said, Greg, what should I do? And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, you're used to speaking in front of large groups of people, of addicts. I'm not. I said, is there any advice that you can give me? And Greg said, well, I don't know. He says, I guess one of the things you could do, he goes, when I get a little nervous speaking in front of large groups of people, he goes, I just like to try to imagine that everybody in the audience is naked and I'm the only one standing up there with clothes. And then I feel okay. I said, oh, okay, I'll try that. He goes, by the way, what workshop you doing? I said, love or lust? He goes, oh, don't do that shit. Don't do that then. So, I also have had an opportunity to do a lot of cool things that you guys probably wouldn't believe that Greg would have done or participate in. I mean, like normal human being type things, not addict things. I used to put together skiing trips and whitewater rafting trips for addicts to participate in. And Greg was privy to that. And on one such occasion, Greg said, Guy, I've always wanted to go whitewater rafting. And I said, Greg, I just had a cancellation. Why don't you go? And he said, I don't know. He goes, I don't have the experience. He goes, I just don't. I said, Greg, I got this. We'll put you in a raft with a bunch of experienced people. If you want to go, you can go. And Greg said, okay. And Greg went whitewater rafting. And if you guys look, I don't know, can you guys see this? You can see Greg here in the background. That's Greg. You can barely get into that little life raft, that little life jacket there, but we managed to get him in that life jacket. And Greg loved the experience. He didn't love getting knocked out of the raft and having to have people help pull him back in. One of the other cool things that I like is Greg helped me tremendously with meditation. I had an opportunity to go with Greg whenever the literature workshops were taking place for the It Works, How and Why. This was the It Works, How and Why book. And I had a chance to stay with Greg in Chicago for the week that we were working on that process. And during that time frame, every night we would address meditation after the day-long meetings of the cut and paste, just like the basic text. And so we were trying, basically everybody was trying to replicate what was happening with the basic text, right? And it started out that way, but it most certainly didn't finish that way, did it? So, you know, Greg gave me a suggestion. If you're new and you're thinking about meditation, one of the things that Greg passed on to me was, he said, you know what, go out and get yourself a box of birthday candles, guy. There's like about 30 of them in a box. He said, and take one of these candles, and here's what you got to do. You got to like find something to stick the candle in, and you light it on fire, and you look at the flame, and it takes about 10 minutes for a birthday candle to burn itself out. And I said, oh, this is going to be great, Greg. Am I going to reach this great spiritual enlightenment looking at the flame? And he said, probably not. He said, what you want to do is you make the commitment to doing this every day. He said, and if you miss a day, you got to start over. I said, oh, this will be a piece of cake. No pun intended. And you know what? I got to tell you guys, it took like 9 months for me to get 30 days. And it taught me that meditation is not only just a commitment, but it's a follow through with commitment. And that's what Greg wanted me to learn. So Greg had a lot of great spiritual values to teach me. You know, there was a time where I was struggling in the area of relationships. I was looking for Mrs. Right, the perfect woman. And I said, Greg, I don't think there's any woman out here that can live up to my expectations. And he says, how do you know that? And I said, well, he says, I got all these really high expectations. He says, well, why don't you do this, guy? Write them down. Because Greg was huge on writing. Huge on writing. Did I say that? Greg was very huge on writing. And so I wrote all these expectations that I had of the perfect woman. And then I had the task of sharing that with Greg. And so I shared these 3-4 pages of my idea of the perfect woman. And I said, see, Greg, I told you, there's no woman out there in the world that can meet my qualifications. And he read them intently. He says, I don't think you're correct, guy. I said, what do you mean, Greg? He said, well, I think there's a whole lot of women that meet that criteria. I said, really? He says, absolutely. He goes, but let me ask you this. He said, would that woman want anything to do with you? And I went, oh, okay. And it was just such a great subtle reminder that I was far from done working on myself yet in recovery. So, you know, I'm grateful for the many experiences that I've had. And I was so glad to hear Bonnie talk about the stones, the rocks that Greg would pass on. I can't tell you how many people in Michigan Greg had given little stones to that have been clean decades, that to this day, Lois, people will come up to me and go, I've got this stone that Greg B gave me in 1986. And do you know that for them, that is as important as any key tag they've ever gotten? Now, I'm going to share something with you guys that I don't hardly ever share with anybody. I didn't get a rock from Greg. Greg gave me, I don't know if you guys can see this.
Nope, not with your background.
No, not with my background. Let me see here, because this is kind of cool. All right. Greg gave me this little punch board, right? Lois probably might remember that from hanging around her house. And so Greg gave me this punch board. And for me, that's as important as any stone. But you know what? It isn't what Greg gave me. Although I do want to say this, there's been many years where like you can see, there's no punches. Nobody's ever punched this thing. And I've often thought, you know, I should crack it open. Maybe there's some like hidden Greg writing in there that's been sitting there for years and I don't even know about it. I don't think that's the case, but what is important isn't what Greg gave me materially, it's what he gave me spiritually. You know, I still drive down the road, at least I'll say once a month, and plop open a CD or a cassette from an open talk that Greg gave decades ago that's just as valid today as it was whenever he first did it. How cool is that? And I'm going to close with something because, you know, I talked a little bit about some of the many gifts that Greg's given me. One of another thing that a lot of people don't know, some of you that are in my close-knit circle know this story, but for those of you that don't, you might appreciate this. Around 1986 or 1987, I was at a Tennessee Volunteer Regional Convention, and I was staying with Greg. And Greg was a Sunday. On this particular convention, Greg was, I believe, the Sunday morning spiritual speaker. And I got there Saturday afternoon, spent Saturday evening in the room with Greg, sharing the room with him. And quite often, after most of the workshops had closed down while dances were going on, Greg would have 5, 10, 15 recovering addicts all pile into the room and sit there and talk about steps, traditions, how you're doing in your life, your recovery. And that was some of the best recovery stuff you could ever hope for, right? And if you haven't ever done anything like that in your recovery, don't miss the opportunity to participate in something like that. It might be some of the best stuff you ever get. And about 3 o'clock in the morning, when everybody had left the room and it was just Greg and me sitting there, I looked over on the dresser and Greg had this little brown leather pouch that had like 6 cassette tapes in it. CDs weren't out yet. And I said, what are those cassettes, Greg? He says, well, he said, Guy, those are cassettes that were made where Jimmy K and me sat around for hours talking about the direction of Narcotics Anonymous and the service structure and how we would like to see things unfold. I said, so it's 6 tapes of just you and Jimmy Kinnon talking? He said, yeah. I said, do you mind if I listen to them? He says, go ahead. He goes, just make sure nothing happens to him because I got another addict in the morning before I do the talk that's going to make copies of them. And these are the master tapes. There is no other tapes. I said, okay, I'm just going to sit here in bed and listen to them with my little headphones on. And I listened to the first tape for about an hour until about 4 o'clock in the morning. And it was wonderful. I was listening to Jimmy K and Greg talk back and forth about Narcotics Anonymous and how special that was. And I was eating it up like candy. And in the morning, I fell asleep after the first one. And I said, Greg, listen, Greg told me the guy didn't show up to make the copies. I said, Greg, I'll make the copies for you and I'll send them back. I'll mail them back from Detroit. Let me take them with me. Greg said, Guy, I don't know. I said, Greg, I'll guard them with my life. You know I will. He said, okay. So I took the tapes and I started on my way back to Detroit. And in the middle of the Smoky Mountains, the gas line on my vehicle had ruptured and squirted gasoline all over the engine block, and my car caught on fire while I was driving on I-75 north back to Detroit. Almost killed me and the passenger, but it didn't. We managed to get out unscathed. My car and the tapes, not so much. The only thing that was left was the engine block and the aluminum shell of the car by the time the Tennessee Fire Department had showed up to put the fire out. And I had to call Greg on the phone and tell him that those tapes are gone forever. And let me tell you guys how spiritual Greg was. I knew that it was going to bother him. It bothered me. And Greg said, you know what, Guy? Maybe no one was ever supposed to hear what was on those tapes. Maybe God didn't want that revealed. That's what a great spiritual presence Greg was. He could have said, Guy, you son of a bitch. But he didn't do that. So I was asked if, as I closed tonight of talking about Greg, if I could get his wife Lois to come into the picture, if she would be willing to share for a little bit. And so at this point, if Lois has a willingness, I would love for her to be able to speak. And let me just say this too, real quickly about Lois. You know, Lois was also very involved, and I don't know if she's still in Naranan. And when Lois and Greg came to Michigan, when Greg became our third speaker at our third Michigan convention, it was the first time we had a Naranan meeting going on at the convention. And my mother had gotten involved and was only one of 6 members in Michigan. And Lois came and helped them out and passed on some Naranan literature and spoke at the Michigan convention, was probably the very first Naranan speaker they ever had. So that might have been the only time that her and Greg were both main speakers together. I'm not sure. So, Lois, would you do us the honor of jumping in and talking about Greg for a little bit?
Okay. Hi, I'm Lois. But before I say anything, let me ask everybody, because this is an NA gathering, and I am not an NA member. And to speak here, the people would need to give their good group conscience that it's okay to do so. So I will ask you for that.
Go down to your participant page and put the little hand up if you like.
Okay.
That's pretty much unanimous.
Okay. Well then, thank you very much for allowing me to speak here. One of the first things I learned in attending any NA meeting with Greg or with anybody else was that because I am not an addict, I have to keep my mouth shut, you know, in order to honor your traditions, you know, and that was an important lesson for me because in my own program of Naranan, we follow traditions also. And all of the things that I've learned from NA on that, all of the things I learned from Greg and from Bo and from Jim and Joseph on that have provided, much as what Bonnie was saying, a foundation for the recovery that I have in my program. And the strength to stand up to any kind of things that violate those principles. So I really thank you for that. And as far as saying a word about things, let me say it's been a wonderful time to listen to every one of the speakers about every one of the people that you're honoring today. As on Jim Miller, I was at Jim and Kathleen's wedding, and you know, we go to a wedding and we brought home a kitten. It was great. You know, I found a lot of love in that family. I have found a sponsor too. One of my sponsors throughout my life was Charity, Jim's mother. She also, I think it was Jean who was talking about newsletters and how Jim was really prominent in that. Well, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Charity also made a newsletter for Naranan called Nara Notes. It was one of the first newsletters that we had in our program. So when you talk about Joseph, there was nobody else like Joseph. Nobody else. There are no words that really describe him except if you think of the word eccentric and put a circle around it and a star by it, that was Joseph. But he was also dedicated to NA and to anything in that. I remember him coming to visit us one time, and we lived across a river in Greenville, Tennessee, and he made it to the spot there on the river, to this little store there, and we got a call from the person in the store saying, there's somebody here who's looking for you. We don't know who he is or what he's doing. We go over there, and there was Joseph. You know, he was like that, a wonderful person. And Bo and I have had, you know, kind of back and forth through the years. And Bo, I have to say, I still love you, no matter what. My very dearest memory of you, and I know this is not a memorial for you, but I have to say this. My very dearest memory of you is we were driving in Greenville. You were in my truck, and I'm driving, and it's a stick shift, and I'm going down the little road, and you said, stop. So I stopped. You got out. You found this tortoise that was trying to make its way to the creek, and you helped it along to the creek. And that to me showed a side of you that I don't think a lot of people see. And I still cherish that one. And Greg, you know, the love and compassion, yes, that was him. You know, and I think of the way that he used to hug people. You know, he didn't pat you on the back. He walked into your embrace just like he was walking into a pool of water. I mean, just putting his arms out and holding you in when he got there. And that's the way he approached everything. That's the way he approached life. You know, we had a lot of rocks, yes. We did a lot of jewelry making. And I remember very early on in his recovery, and we were doing jewelry in the garage, and we had people in the program come over, sponsees come over, and they'd say, oh, please make me one of those. And he'd say, it's easy, let me show you. And that's the way he did his program too. It's easy, let me show you. You know, our life was wonderful. I am lucky enough to have married somebody else in NA who has time in the program, recovery, and who has shown me the same sort of consideration, you know, the wonderful life of being part of the program. And I thank every one of you for being here and for staying clean. You know, I went to a meeting the other night, and it was on slogans, and they said, what's your favorite slogan? And I said, well, it has to be keep coming back. I mean, you got all these others, but you know what? If you don't keep coming back, then you lose. So keep coming back. I love you guys. Thank you.
Everybody can unmute yourselves and thank Guy and Lois, man. That was great, Lois and Guy. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Lois.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lois.
Thank you, Lois. Glad to see you here.
Thank you, Louis.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, Guy.
Thanks, guy. Thanks, Lois.
Okay.
Lois in the house.
We have a special guest with us tonight. Came in all the way from Washington, D.C. His name is Billy Z. And
Oh, man.
He asked to share with us. Actually, I kept bugging him, and he came through. Come on, Billy.
My name's Bill Max.
Hey, Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Before I start, I'd like to thank the Recovery First group for sponsoring this great memory meeting and memory meeting, and of Greg and Joseph and Jim, and thank Mitchell, especially Mitchell and Billy, for asking me, because I had to sit and think about it, because I'm an old man, but I love the three people that we're honoring tonight. You know, I still can't believe how blessed I've been throughout my recovery. Everywhere I go, God seems to put me in the right spot to meet the right people. Today, we've grown. We call the people who came our old timers, the people who came before us, our predecessors. In 1979, all we were was a bunch of addicts trying to hold on to something that we found and save our own asses, and along the way, share it with other people we found. Greg and Joseph and Jim were not special people to me. Now they are, because I got to know them. But back then, they were just a number in my phone book that I could call and say, help, I'm going through something. And they were always there. And there was well, let me call you back. I gotta do something else. They always listen. And that's the way we were. We were so small that we couldn't afford to turn down anybody. That the predecessors were our network, were our people that we called, because Narcotics Anonymous was tiny at that point. I have been privileged to be one of the founders of the first NA meeting in Maryland. Maryland had, DC had a meeting back in the 60s, but they started bringing in undercover cops and busting the meeting, busting the addicts as they came out of the meeting. Hence, we are under no surveillance at any time came into our literature. And then a guy from Atlanta came up, said, I am Greg, I'm an addict. Was in a meeting. I was sitting in a clubhouse deciding whether I should go out and use or stick around, because they wouldn't let me talk. And Greg came in with a white book and was sticking out of his pocket. And I was right in front of him, sitting there waiting for the next meeting. And the guy behind the counter said, we have no addicts here. Please leave. And I stopped him. I said, excuse me, what is that white book? He said, that's Narcotics Anonymous. And that's the first time I heard or even saw Narcotics and Anonymous in the same sentence. I said, what is it? He said, oh, it's like AA. It's our book. Now I'm used to a bigger book at this time. And Greg pulled it out of his pocket. It wasn't Greg Pierce, it was Greg R. He pulled it out of his pocket and said, "This is it. We'll start the meeting next week. You're welcome." I didn't go that way, but my roommate did. And he said, "It's great. You got a 10. I spent 296 days in the fellowship. All the rest of my time, and it's over 41 years, has been spent as a grateful recovering addict in Narcotics Anonymous." And it's people like Joseph Miller, Jim Miller, Joseph Proctor, and Greg Pierce that set that foundation. I remember when I first met Greg and Joseph. Well, that's a lie. I don't remember. And Joseph and Jim. I do, however, remember what the first time that I spoke to Joseph and Greg one-on-one. It was either at Nashville or Memphis. It was after I spoke at a meeting. I shared at a meeting. And I must have done something wrong because they were sitting in the back of the room. And when I stopped sharing, I quickly was going to the bathroom, and they stopped me. They came up and said, "Can we talk to you?" I said, "Oh, fuck. What did I do wrong?" And I've seen them around. It was either in Memphis or Nashville or in Ohio. But it was the first time I actually spoke to, they actually came up to me and addressed me personally. So I was surprised, I was joyful, but I was scared shitless. What did I do wrong? Because up until this point, I've only heard these people on the phone. I had maybe 2 years, between a year and a year and a half clean. And they were nice and let me go to the bathroom. And they said, "Well, when you come back, we'll wait for you." And they pulled me over to the seating area and they set me down. He said, tell me again what you do." I said, "Well, I helped start the first NA meeting in Maryland. I'm the grand poobah there. I'm on most side." And I proudly pulled out my little white book. I said, "See?" And it was either Greg or Joseph, probably both of them. But one of them said, "You don't read your literature, do you?" I said, "Wait a minute. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you know who I am?" And they said, "Yeah, we know who you are. You're someone who doesn't read what their literature is talking about." And I said, "What do you mean by that?" And that was about 7 o'clock in the morning. By the time I got through, it was, sun was coming up. And I had been changed because they told me, I said, why are you so mad? Why you tell me you don't read religion? They said, because if you did, you know what an addict was. I said, well, what's up with that? He said, the way you identified yourself. It took you 15 seconds to say who you were. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, he said, and they must have had a tape recorder because they got it down pat. They said, you said, hi, I'm Bill, I'm an alcoholic, addict, drug addict, powerless over people, places, and things, and any other thing that might change my mood. And then I talked, and then he talked. He said, if you really believe in the program, you'll see that all you have to do is say, I'm an addict. An addict is not a chemical. An addict is a disease. Chemicals are just a symptom of that disease. Now, that may not sound like much to anybody, but for me, that changed my life. That set me straight. That put me on a path that God, if I hadn't been put on that path, I had been just as confused today. I've been carrying a bad message. One of the things that Joseph and Jim and Greg were very, very adamant about, this is not the other fellowship. This is not, there's nothing in the world like Narcotics Anonymous. We have our own religion, we have our own language, and they taught me that. And a lot of people today never had that experience of talking with Greg just as a member, talking with Joseph just as a member, talking with Jim just as a member. They see him as a legend. I hate that word. Because if any one of those three tell you they're not a legend, they're just the addicts trying to help another addict stay clean. And that's all. I said, Bill, we're no better, no worse. I call you, you call me, we'll help each other. Now, Joseph was, like Law said, Joseph was Joseph. There was nobody else like Joseph was. When I first, for a long time, he was an agnostic. He knew something was up there, but he didn't know what. I had been through 3 or 4 sponsors, starting with AA and working my way down the line, and nobody fit. And I heard Joseph speak, and I asked him to be my sponsor, and he was for about maybe a year. But the point I'm getting at is Joseph came and spoke for my 3rd anniversary. He stayed in my house. And I have a very dear friend, and she's a very religious lady. She's an addict, but she's overzealous about God. And she'll tell you. Now, she was at my 3rd anniversary when Joseph spoke. And she went on and on and on how spiritual Joseph was, and how great Joseph was, and how a great lover of God Joseph was. And I just had to laugh, because that to me should be a lesson there. That Joseph didn't believe in any religious God. But Trisha thought he was so religious. She swore he believed in her God. And it wasn't until years later, and I told her Joseph was agnostic. Now, I don't know what he did later because we lost contact, but that showed me that there's a difference between being spiritual and being religious. And it's little lessons like that. And I've learned from people like Joseph, Jim, and Greg, and Bo. It's not about Bo today. It's about the 3 people. But let me tell you a quick story about Bo. I went to war in Ohio. That was my first military conference, and Bo was there. And I was shy. I had been writing since I was 4 years old. I come from a family of writers. My mother worked in Times Square Library, and my father was an old-fashioned newspaper man for years. So it's in my DNA. But my addiction did something to me. It stole my ability to write. And when I went across country in a van with 7 other addicts to war in Ohio, I sat there and wondered, what am I doing here? And Bo, I don't know whether you remember this, but Bo came up to me. He saw me. He said, you all right? I said, yeah, I'm stuck. And I told him the story about being able to write. He said, well, I want you to do something. Find a quiet place. Take your pencil, take a piece of paper, and write a prayer. Write the invocation for the Saturday night banquet. And I said, I said, oh, Jesus, what the hell am I going to do? All of these people are here, the people I heard of, the people I talked to on the phone. But all these people are here that I look up to, and I'm going to let them down. And all of a sudden, it's like all those years of that great wall came down, and the words came flowing out, and I started crying like a baby. And I gave this to Bo. I said, here. And Bo said, I can't read just chicken scratch. And he gave it to somebody to read it. We typed it. And he said, my God, I'm going to school for this to be a writer. You can write better than I can right now. But that's the miracle of the people I've gotten to know because of people like Jim Miller and Greg Pearson, Joseph Parker. For me to actually sit down and tell you all I want to know, all I want to say about those 3 plus 1,000 more would take a lifetime. And I don't really have a lifetime. But I can share. First time I met Jim Miller, I know the date. I know when it was. I know the day it was. I know what time it was. Because a couple people and myself had gone to the Second East Coast Convention in Trenton, New Jersey. And I had been in contact with a guy named Hank French. He was my connection for literature down in Georgia. Now we hadn't talked. We hadn't even seen each other. The only thing we knew was by voice. And I was sitting there looking at all the people. I was like, it was barely over a year and a half. Barely over a year. Maybe almost a year and a half later. And I was sitting there in Trenton, New Jersey, looking at all the people, minding my own damn business, not causing any trouble. And here comes this guy. He puts his hand up from behind me, puts his hand over my eyes. And you don't know me, but you didn't know me back then. But if you did that, if you grabbed me without me seeing you, you might have been on the floor. But he put his hand over my eyes. He said, "Hi, Bill." And I knew exactly who it was. It was like meeting an old friend for the first time. We turned around and we hugged each other. Right in the middle of the convention. And he said, "Look, I'm going to war in Ohio." He was an old hippie at heart. He said, "I'm going to war in Ohio. I have this VW minivan. Would you like to go?" I said, "What are you doing in war in Ohio?" He said, "Writing the book." I said, "What are you in Bumfuck, Ohio?" He said, "Yeah, Bumfuck, Ohio." He said, "If you want to go, I'll meet you right after the convention." Now, me and 3 girls and a guy came up there, and I sponsored one of the girls. And it took me about 2 minutes to figure out that I was going to go. So I told Hank I'd go and meet him at the end of the convention, and we leave. But I had to tell the people I came up with that I wouldn't be going back. The girl I sponsored said, "I want to go with you." I said, "You sure?" She said, "Yeah, I'm sure." So I had Larry North had given me had made me swear that I'd take care of one of the people he was watching. So I had 2 girls and myself went cross country in a van. We picked up people along the way. We left on the 20th, on the evening of the 21st of June, and came up to arrive at Jim Miller's farm early in the morning. Now, I'm sitting in a wheelchair in a van, all cramped up. I can't move. We didn't stop for very much. So by the time I got to Jim Miller's farm, I didn't know where I was. I was tired. I wasn't used to sitting in a van that long without stretching my legs. My legs get real spasm. I start jumping. They start hurting. We pull up to the house, and they open the door. Out comes Jim, and a girl who I grew to love, and her name was Donna Nichols. Now, Donna and I had a good relationship after the incident I'm going to tell you about. But at first, when we met, she saw the pain I was in, went to reach in, grabbed me, and it hurt when she moved my legs. And I said some expletives. I yelled at her, get your hands off me, you bitch. And she backed up and said, patience. I said, patience, hell, I want to kill some. Get me out of here. So they got me out, and I spent the next 2 hours apologizing to Donna because I was all cramped up like a pretzel. And she was sweet about it. And Jim said, Jim, it was time to go to bed. Now, keep in mind, I don't know Jim Miller from Santa Claus. Like, first time I met him, it was time to go to bed, and there was addicts all over Jim's floor. And I started to get out of the wheelchair. He said, no, you're not getting out of the wheelchair. I said, excuse me? He said, come with me. He said, can I push you? Because he saw how I reacted when Don grabbed me. I said, yeah. So he pushed me down the hall. I said, where are we going? And he took me into his bedroom and showed me his bed. He said, that's where you're sleeping. I'm sleeping on the floor. The man gave up his bed for someone he did not know from Adam. And that's the first time I met Jim Miller. Now, my relationship with Greg and Joseph was a wonderful relationship. But Jim and I had a special relationship. From that moment on, I knew he had my back and I had his. Whatever we did at the World Service Conference or writing the NAA or doing things like that, we knew we had each other's back. I used to go to him in the conference and say, Jim, would you do this for me? And I said, he said, oh my God, but what have you got to say? What have you got me into now? When I fell out of the Jeep just before the Luther conference in Miami, I got one bouquet of flowers. And the card on the flowers said, say la vie, motherfucker. Work yourself to die. Jim Miller. That was the first bouquet of flowers I've ever gotten from a man. And I still got the card. I still got the phone book with all the numbers in it of people like Jim, Joseph, and Greg. I cannot tell you how they affected my life. I cannot thank God enough for having him in my life, because God puts people in my life when he thinks I need them. Now, Jim and I were always friendly. We argued like cats and dogs, like any other brother does. If you get close to people like Jim and I were, like a couple people on here, we're gonna argue, we're gonna disagree, but we don't have to be disagreeable. There's certain things about the NA superstructure that I don't like, but I'm not gonna throw out the whole structure. And there's certain things that Jim and I used to disagree on, that Greg and I used to disagree on, but we talked. We respected each other. We treated each other as equals. And you can't find that in any other 12-step program. So when you hear the name Jim Miller or Joseph Proctor or Greg Pierce, stop. For 1 second, just stop and say thank you. I do every night. I do, because they gave me the foundation that nobody ever did before. It wasn't until I came to California that I found my sponsor, the one I had for 25 years. It wasn't Jim, it wasn't Joseph, it wasn't Greg. But they too believed in writing. There was something about writing. There's something about stopping and sitting down and actually writing, because it makes you think. The other 12 step, the other fellowship, I always used to say, why am I doing this? And, oh, don't worry. You'll know. God will tell you. I said, when? Yeah, don't worry about it. God will take care of it. And I asked people why they didn't tell me what I was supposed to learn. And to a person they would tell me was the person behind me. My sponsor never told me. his sponsor never told me. And Greg and and, and Joseph and Jim always told me the reason behind stuff. I have to know why. Not that I'm going to disagree, but I just want to know why. Why am I doing this? And they always took the time to explain things. When they kept me up all night in, I believe it was Nashville, at the Voluntary Regional Convention. They explained to me why language, our own language, was so important. And they set me on a path that I haven't needed to look back on. I haven't needed to change. I'm doing things today that I was doing from day one because of that. Now, the interpretation has gotten deeper, but the bottom line is, I used to ask them, how you stay clean? And they used to tell me, just don't use. And you're dumb. Is that all? He said, well, if you don't use, you can't get high. And it's a chemical. The chemical's not going to jump up and pour itself down your throat or stick itself in your arm. It's your mind. It's your disease. It's the disease of addiction that's going to do that. And that understanding of I am Bill, I'm an addict, not just I am Bill, I'm an alcoholic addict, or all that other garbage. It's so simple. They taught me, and one night, what people have been trying to teach me for years, and I have a disease, it's called addiction. And I was lucky enough to get clean at the right time to write a book, help write a book that's changed the whole nature of how the world looks at addiction because of people like Gray, Jim, and all those other people. I'm rambling, but it's amazing. It's a wonderful privilege to share about how people, when they get together in one common purpose, how they can change the world. And they're not predecessors anymore. They were my friends. They were my friends. They might have been predecessors, but they were my friends. I got to know them. So, like I said, I'll shut up. Just stop and thank them for 1 brief second, because what we have is a miracle. Narcotics Anonymous grew from the hip pocket program, that basic white book that I didn't read. I could recite it, but it didn't really hit me until who's an addict. I am an addict. have a disease. A basic white book grew a fellowship from very few to very few men. You know, there was, I'll say one story, and it's about how they changed the white book. They changed the cover on the white book. When the white book was made, what I got was had 4 points on the NA logo: up, down, left, right. And it was supposed to represent Greg and Jimmy made it so it was supposed to represent the 4 points on the compass: north, south, east, west. But a few years ago, people were so scared that we were becoming a religious program. They thought the symbol was too religious and took it off and voted to take it off. And Greg knew it, and he said, okay, whatever they want to do, it's fine, because you can change the interpretation, but you can't change what is. You can change the interpretation of traditions, but the traditions are spiritual principles. They cannot be changed. They are. So I'm just so grateful that you guys will let me share and let me share my experience. And I'm so grateful that I got clean when I did. And I'll be quiet and let somebody else share. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bill. Much appreciated, Billy. Everybody can unmute themselves and thank Billy.
Thanks, Billy.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you, Billy. Good to see
Wow,
you.
that was great. Thank you for a clear message.
Thanks.
Thanks for all your
Great listen.
Dankjewel man, super.
Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody. This is about ready to wrap up the program, and we are going to end up with Billy A. from Allentown, Pennsylvania, and he will speak to us tonight, and we get him to come on right now. Come on, Billy, bring it on. Oh, wait a second. Before that, if everybody could give a little prayer out to Jason and his family. He had called me. His father slipped in the bathtub and hit his head, and he got taken in the ambulance. He busted his head open pretty bad, like in his 90s. But anyway, if you guys could go a
Who's
little.
that, Mitch?
What's that? Jason. He's father-in-law who
Okay.
out in California. Okay. Thank you all for that. And here we have Bill. Come on, Billy.
Yeah, I'm an addict, I'm Bill. And, can you hear me?
We can hear
Mitch,
you.
can you hear me?
Hear you loud.
Okay. I'm an addict, I'm Bill. We're here to honor 3 of the men that played a very important part of my recovery. And there's other people that shared here that played a great part. But we're talking about, to me, the greatest story ever told. And a time period of recovery when a lot of us walked in that era in 1979, 1980, 1978, 77, when an ideal to start writing the basic text came up. And I think the important thing is that the story was told today, how these 3 men touched every one of the people that spoke in a different way. And, from Bo going to San Francisco, meeting Greg and Jimmy, till the literature movement started. He had the first literature conference in Wichita, to the second one in Lincoln, to Memphis, and we call that the Memphis Miracle. I was introduced to all three men on the same day, and that's because a few of us were part of the Philadelphia area back then, which was a very large area service committee that consisted of Lehigh County, Northampton County, Bucks County, Montgomery County, parts of Berks, Chester, Delaware County, Philadelphia County, and South Jersey and Delaware, and maybe parts of Eastern Maryland at that time. They were hosting the area was hosting a Second East Coast Convention at that point in time. And then you had this here, we were trying to get NA off the ground in different spots, and I used to travel a lot to get the meetings. And that's how I met Pete, was in Ivyland, Pennsylvania, at the midnight meeting. I used to go there, from our Friday night meeting up in Allentown, I'd go down there and go to the midnight meeting, and we sit there all night, and it was just a really neat, cozy meeting facility. Had couches in it. There was a fireplace there, and people that were involved in writing the book were there. Pete, Al, and George, were there, and it inspired me because we were getting the meetings off the ground in Allentown, but we really were an extension of another fellowship at that point. We didn't know what Narcotics Anonymous was. I tell this story after I went to the Second East Coast, and I met a man named Joseph. And Joseph, I still remember this day. He was on roller skates, and he rode this up to me, and he looked like Bozo the Clown because his hair was up in the air. He's on roller skates. The man has a nerve to hug me, and I don't mean a hug. I mean a 5-minute Southern hug. And there was fear in my heart. What the hell is this guy about? All right. And he rubbed me down like no man ever did. No woman ever rubbed me like this. And I wanted to kill this man. I really did. And I went out into a field, and then these bikers were out there, and some of these bikers were helping write the basic text, like Roy Drum, who's passed. Charles Kay, who lives in northern Florida now, was there. And Donnie and Big George from Norristown were there, and they told me I had a choice to make. And the choice was either I did exactly what he told me, because the man, not only did he rub me down, he insulted me. He insulted me by telling me to work the steps or die, motherfucker. I mean, how dare this guy do something like that to me? He don't know who I am, what I am, and he doesn't know I'm the man that could take his life at the drop of a dime. And these guys told me, you have a choice to make. You could either go kill him, you can go to the penitentiary the rest of your life, or you can do exactly what he told you to do and work the steps or die, motherfucker. And then they had Greg speaking at the banquet. I remember that well, Greg, and everyone likes to refer him to Grizzly Bear. He reminded me of the Grateful Dead bear, not the grizzly bear. Greg reminded me of a soft teddy bear at that moment. And he shared, and he touched my wife's life at that point in time, because he talked about some things that really touched her. And each individual touches. I met Jim, and Jim was intertwined in my life for the rest of my recovery till he passed. And these three men had a major impact on my recovery, just like a lot of the speakers did here today. Bonnie came from Butler to Allentown. You think about the people that intertwined. Billy Z, Pete helped me with the Fourth East Coast Convention when Pete moved to Maryland. They used to travel up and help me out putting a convention on. And you think about this, we produced a newsletter called the Freedom Connection back then, that us three were involved in, because the Mid-Atlantic region had formed the part, the Chesapeake Potomac formed, and none of us wanted to be, we wanted to work together yet. We wanted to do things together yet. So we continued them projects, and we participated with one another. And but Joseph became my sponsor after that convention. Jim became my best friend in recovery for years, and Greg later became my sponsor. You know, and after Joseph disappeared, you know, which he was reunited back in my life again. But they all played a major impact on my recovery and the direction I went in it. Joseph taught me how to live the steps. I didn't have to go anywhere else because Joseph taught me that. And when I listened to Jimmy and I listened to Peppy, I get where he learned the steps from and how he implemented them in my life. Joseph always wanted to know real simple stuff. When I wanted to react, he'd ask me what part I played in it. Joseph had a way to have me make amends to people that harmed me. I never figured that out, but I was the one that was always making the amends. You know, and Joseph had a way to look at when did I ever feel like that way in my life? What were the results of it? What triggered the event itself? And how I reacted. And we always looked at my reaction, and then we could move forward and surrender in the first step, the powerlessness over disease and what the disease was doing to me. Joseph had a nice way of doing it. I always said he's the only man that you could be on the phone with 1,000 miles apart, and he could cut you open and rip out your guts and show them to you, and then put them back in, stitch you up, and love you back to life at the same time on a phone call. The only man I ever met that could do that and get me to look at myself and get me to admit my part in whatever I played in. Joseph had that ability. He also, I remember sitting at the Seventh World Lit Conference in Ivy Land. Everyone likes to say Philadelphia. I always say Ivy Land, Pennsylvania. It was on the farm where Pete and Al and George lived. And I remember him sitting there and telling me, you can write. And I'm thinking, I'm telling him I cannot write. He's telling me I can. And he's sitting me at a table, and they had me sitting there. It's almost like a mixture of a literature conference and an old, in the 60s, get-together guitar playing and singing. That was going on there. It was that atmosphere. Bo was there rubbing this girl on the shoulders while she's taking the stories. I remember the one story was from Japan. And Bo's holding the phone to her ear. He's rubbing her shoulder down, and she's typing the story from Japan. And it just made a major impact on what was going on. You know, and they just honored Joseph, and I listened to the part where they played in the donations that were sent in for the book, and they mentioned our home group then was Day by Day group. It was shortly after Pete and I when Pete said about that speaker at that Adathon, we changed the name of our group from the Day by Day group to the Recovery First group, because the Day by Day implied another fellowship book. And we changed the name on what we're about, and it was Recovery First. You know, and that's the group that's basically playing part in co-hosting this event today. The group just celebrated 42 years of continuous meeting, not at the same facility, but having to move around a few times. But there is a meeting back in that same facility where we had that Adathon in that same basement where we spent 3 days in a church. Where Joseph traveled from, Joseph actually traveled to that church from Eugenia, Oregon, at Greg's place on a bus to be with us there. And I remember that well because we had over 200 people in that facility for the weekend. And, you know, there was enough food there for us. And there was only 5 people from Allentown there. The rest of the people from everywhere else, Pittsburgh, Bucks County, you know, different parts of the country that were there. Joseph from Memphis, coming from you know, Oregon. And you think about the things that people went through that were participating in writing the Youmville meeting down in Bucks County where they were writing the steps because George talked with Bob Plummer out in Pittsburgh, and Bob told him we couldn't use the AA 12 and 12 no more. And all of a sudden we're writing steps. And so we, you know, my weekends, well, my every day was surrounded by Narcotics Anonymous, going to meetings. My weekends, though, were really surrounded because I start on a Friday night, end up on a Friday night down there, and end up Saturday morning. George would come up, end up down in the meeting somewhere in the area, which was a large area for Saturday night, end up Sunday in Youmville and back to Allentown for 3:30 afternoon meeting. So it was continuous meetings, continuous addicts in my life recovery, and my house become Grand Central Station because that's where everything happened in the Lehigh Valley. Everything happened there. I mean, Billy Z spent time in my home a few times. I spent time in his home. I spent time with Pete and them. I mean, just the intermingling of addicts across that were involved in the literature movement, the excitement in the air, and the stories being told, and the input and the review of stuff that we actually inputted in our group and send it back. And George traveling to Memphis, traveling to Nebraska. Egon was part of our area. Egon going to Nebraska and carrying the conscience of the groups to input and review and create a basic text. It was more than just one or two of us. It was a whole lot of us that were involved. When they say this book was an open participatory process, it was an open participatory process, and there were people that played them key parts that organized and behind the scenes getting things together, like Bo getting people out in Kansas to post the first literature conference. Jim Nichols, he mentioned, which ended up being my sponsor later, who was also sponsored by Greg. Jim getting the Lincoln, Nebraska literature conference 2 together. Joseph saying, I'll take it to Memphis for the 3rd, and just going and putting it together. And the organizer behind stuff, people, and Jim going back and forth from Ohio, working his farm business, plus going to the literature conference, and then going down, having to go home and go back down there and help get the book put together and sent out to every known group in the world. These guys really did a task that was beyond us. And they produced something that was greater than all of us, because it was put together by addicts, but they spent the extra time, that extra work, that commitment it took, so we could have the grade book. And I still remember that grade book. It still is my basic text today. It's the book that speaks to my heart and my spirit. It was our book for 2 years before we come out and approve the basic text. It was our book and it speaks our language. Today, if you read it, I'm not saying it's the perfect book, but I'm telling you, it's the most spiritual talking book. It's like you're in the meeting. I remember out in Wisconsin, World Convention 12. I remember Pete, me, and a few others with Jim Nichols sitting up all night in the Addict meet with a candle, reading the grade book. It was unbelievable. The spirits that touched spirits back then. When we're actually studying a book that was so powerful, and we traveled, we participated with one another. And these men were the people behind the scenes that were sponsoring people, guiding people, strengthening their faith, and being there. And Bonnie mentioned Jim as being a traditionalist. And yes, if you read his part where anonymity, the Anonymity Foundation basically first came out, was that worldwide card. A lot of us carried it, okay, a worldwide home group. And then you read our clarity of our message in the back of the basic text, Jim worked on the back of the grade book, the clarity in there when it says that there, what our language we came from, back and forth. It's in the back of the grade book. The grade book we put out today, we have that in the back of it. We kept the appendix in it. We just don't have all the stories in the one we put out today because of pricing and stuff like that. But it's out there online that they can get a full grade book, which is up, Mitch got up there, a full grade book that has the stories in it also. We started through the first 10 chapters, what's in before the first 10 chapters, and the appendix. We believe the appendix are important. But it shows the first, I wore a t-shirt called the Purest Shirt, okay? And I wore it on purpose today because it's about our message, about the purity of our message, about the clarity of our message, the identity that we didn't have as a fellowship when we first walked through the door. Most of us were attached to another fellowship at that point in time. Most of us had another book in our meetings. Most of us were changing words in that book to try to fit us. Most of us had a 12 and 12 in our room back then. We didn't have a literature written by addicts, for addicts, except a little white book and 5 IPs. That's what was in our rooms of Narcotics Anonymous. And there was people who wanted to hear the message of hope and promise of freedom from active addiction. And that's what this movement was about. That's what these men's lives were about, getting that message out there. And they dedicated their lives. People lost their homes, lost their jobs to follow the basic text. There's some people that just travel following the basic text to be at the conferences. I mean, George bought a washer and dryer, brand new, and sold them to go to Lincoln. Okay, you think about it. Someone sold their bike to be able to donate to make sure the book was written. And the other guys you're talking about, the bikers went and sold their plasma out in Lincoln so they could have stamps and envelopes to ship stuff to people. And people went to great lengths for us to have a book. And I get so excited about these men's lives because we're honoring these three. Jim Miller yesterday was clean 42 years. And he'll be clean every year from here on out because he's resting in peace. But I wrote an article for the New Old NA Way, and it was the last road trip. I talked about Jim and our travels that we had in there, our travels from the point I met him to he died, where I was able to be with Bo, and we did more like a eulogy meeting, and we talked about Jim and his life, after he passed out in Ohio, and someone mentioned, why isn't Kathleen here? Because she did not commit. She was called, she was talked to be here. It's a rough thing talking about the life and times of your husband who's passed. And she's living in Texas with her daughter, helping her daughter with her children. All right, because she moved to Texas now. But their lives were intertwined with our lives. They were honorary home group members of our home group for years. When they moved from Ohio to Eastern Shore of Maryland, and they weren't accepted there as Narcotics Anonymous members in the Eastern Shore. The Eastern Shore area did not accept them. They were attached to Baltimore area, the Baltimore region, and they didn't accept them. We've done a lot of damage over the years with NA members. It's yet we can honor people, but yet we got to tell the story of what they went through, and to be Narcotics Anonymous members, what they went through when they were told they weren't NA members anymore. Someone mentioned Grateful Dave. I met Grateful Dave in '84, 30 Days Clean, a bubbling spirit in Chicago at the World Convention. He wanted to get involved, and he ended up getting involved in World PI because it was the only open committee anymore. It was the last open participatorial committee. As we knew in the literature committee, anyone could show up, anyone could participate, anyone could be involved. And when that stuff started to shut down, it's not only what drove Joseph away. He was driven away. He was not, he was told he was a thief even when he was the treasurer of the World Service Conference, and Joseph would never take one red penny of anybody's money. He was the most accountable man I knew, but yet they told him he was a thief. And what they did, and they broke his spirit, they broke his heart. The same thing they were doing with Jim. They were breaking his spirit and his heart. He was their first editor of the NA Way for the first issues of the first year. He was the editor of the NA Way, Open Participatorial Committee. People wrote that literature, that magazine, and why it looked like a meeting in print. Bo used to make the covers for it. Because Bo had moved up to Aliquippa, also PA at that time, and he had a print shop, and he would make the beautiful covers for that magazine. And that was a magazine by addicts for addicts. It's the same way we write the New Old NA Way today, an open participatorial where we just print articles that addicts send us, and we don't change their articles at all. We do not. We may edit it for a comma, we may edit it for a period, but we don't change the message at all. It's their message, it's what they're writing, and it's what gets put out in print. And that's it. We don't mess with the articles at all. And what we do is we go through them, we sort them out, we put them together, and we lay them out. We add the artwork that addicts send us. It may be pictures, it may be written, but we add the artwork. And it's the same way that the magazine was originally written. We write it today, and we do it through nahelp.org is the site that it's on. People can participate. They can get on there. They can send articles there, and we will print them. And we get them out. We put them out maybe every other month, every now and then. We might put 8-9 issues out a year because we do additional issues. Right now, we're doing an additional issue that we were taught about, And what we were taught about is serving the home groups. So we're doing a specifically home group magazine that's going to emphasize the home groups, what their meetings look like, the pictures of their literature, pictures of their public information work that they're designing, and an article from the group, and we're doing as we grow. And that's what this whole thing was about when we got clean, is as we grow. It's an experience, it's strength, it's hope, it's a recovery message that we all had the opportunity of participating in. And through meeting Jim, who become my best friend, and I got to go to various celebrations of his. I got to go to the step retreats, the tradition history weekends we used to have in Ohio. I got to go to camp outs. I got to meet Motorcycle Ed there. I got to meet Bo there. I mean, different people who would show up around these events to make this thing happen. People in their experiences, in their lives. Greg, the most soft-spoken addict that I know, that could keep you on even keel, that I could call up and tell him, Greg, this is what's going on in my life, and he would give me direction on how to look at it, how to apply it, how to be able to correct it in my life. Greg used to always say, Bill, what's the worst thing that can happen? You could lose your wife, you can lose your children, you can lose your job, but guess what? You can start all over again. He always had a solution after all that stuff, that I could start all over again. And when you think about that, strange things happen along the road in recovery. It's not, we don't all live perfect lives, but what we become is we become vessels, as Greg talked about, to be God's vessel to work through, to deliver a message of hope and promise of freedom. He said we could change the world. His most impactful statement to me is we can change the world. We can change the world. One addict at a time, one group at a time. No matter what else is looking, what's going on around you, we can change the world. And that made a vast impact on my life, that we can change the world. And I've taken that to this day in everything that I'm involved with. I don't want to hear about other people. I want to hear about you. And that's what Joseph taught me. I can only help you with what's going on in you. I cannot help you what's going on in other people. They got to deal with that. So Joseph always had me look at myself. I talk with Jim and we talk about traditions. We talk about keeping this thing going right and holding it accountable, just like Larry North, who was a friend of ours back then. Larry North was one of the most accountable human beings that I've ever met when it comes to service and giving us the information, providing the information to us. I remember when he was in Philadelphia, when he was the Mid-Atlantic RSR, he went to every area service body and gave a report, an RSR report to that. I remember him coming to Philadelphia area and giving us a total report of the conference, what happened, how it happened, and making sure we were informed. He taught me about being informed and getting the information and holding everyone accountable for our actions. That's tradition demand. And the lives that were intertwined throughout this. It's not these three men, but it's all these people. When you think about the part in the basic text, where everything is subject to division, one line, taken from the most beautiful woman, the first addict in the program to die of the AIDS virus. I mean, unbelievable. She'd sit around and play guitar and sing also, okay? You'd meet her at World Conventions and she'd be singing. She was happy, she was joyous, and she was free. That's something in our book. Happy, joyous, and free. I mean, when Pete and I first showed up, it was anything short of murder, as long as we didn't use. Clean and crazy. Well, we had to leave that there, clean and crazy, and start to get some sanity put back in our lives. That starts with the second step. We had to have a restoration. Jimmy taught me about, Jimmy Kinnon taught me about, we need to deal with the things that would take us out there time and time again. And Joseph went through it with what's going to take us out there is my emotions. My emotions are what set up that mental, that mental obsession. When I don't deal with my emotions, the mental obsession sets in, and then the physical compulsion starts to kick back in, and I end up back out into where I came from, where I don't want to go. I've never had to use since I got clean in Narcotics Anonymous. All my recovery and relapse happened before I got here. All the prison stuff happened before I got here. In and out of prisons, in and out of institutions, people trying to manage my life happened before I got to Narcotics Anonymous. I was ready for surrender. I was ready for help. I was nuttier than a bed bug. I could have taken a man's life with a drop of a dime when I walked through the doors. And but I couldn't live that way no more. So I met people along the road that helped guide me, strengthen me, and stay with me throughout my recovery. I got to spend the last 2 weeks with Joseph on the telephone of his life. Joseph always taught me, it doesn't matter if I call you back. I'm your sponsor. Your job is to call me. Joseph never called me back. Not once did he call me back. The last 2 weeks of his life. When he left the hospital, he called me up every day. And he was sponsoring me again. And I said, Joseph, what is going on here? You don't call me. He says, you're the most consistent addict I ever met since I met you. You called me daily, whether I picked the phone up or not. I said, it's what you taught me. He says, well, even when when I led you to get to change sponsors to Greg, he said, you still called me. I said, yes, because everything that you impacted with me touched my life, and I owed you a debt of gratitude, and you were part of my life no matter what. When I talk about my experience, strength, and hope, I'm talking about Joseph Proctor sponsoring me. You sponsored me from the day I met you to the day that he passed. He still sponsored me in one form or another. He touched my life. And you got to think about things like, we're talking about these experience, strength, and hopes of NA recovery. We're intertwined with God puts the right people in our lives at the right time to get this thing done. There's no coincidence in Narcotics Anonymous. There's only miracles. Miracles waiting to happen. Joseph taught me about always have a positive viewpoint. Greg taught me about positive viewpoint. Always find the good in other people. Yes, we're all defective character, every one of us. There's not one without defects, so why do we expect them not to be defective? It's like Joseph taught me, I called him up one time and I said, there was $200 stolen out of my cupboard at my house. And he never said anything about the addict who took it. It's always said, why didn't you secure it? You expect addicts not to be addicts? You let brand new people in your house or detoxing people all the time. They're on your couches. You don't expect the money to disappear if it's in the open. Why are you going to put it in a cupboard where you got the coffee cups? So he took, he made me take my inventory, look at what I did and correct that part. And he was right. I didn't need to have $200 in the coffee cup where people had the free reign to go in there. Why would I expect a brand new person that just I brought into detox not to take that $200? Okay, my mistake, correct it. Don't put it ever in the open. Keep it where it's supposed to be in my bedroom under lock and key if need. But if you need something, I'll give it to you, okay? Simple. But I got to take my inventory, not theirs. Even along the road, when we're sitting at the World Service Conference in 1985, there's Jim is there, Greg's there in his bib overalls, Joseph's there. Joseph comes up, I'm all worked up, I'm all freaking pissed off. I'm angered at what's going on at this conference. Okay, I'm angered at what they're doing because they don't have group conscience. They're trying to change our book again. They're making decisions and they're not sending them back to group conscience. Joseph goes out and he gets everyone to sign this card, and it's a baby with a diaper on, with a titty bob on one hand, and right on the other side, my region wants to know, make a war actual foot military foot locker with everything, every piece of conference material that was ever done in that foot locker, and we had a document, we had it, and we went in there and we said, well, here's the procedures of the conference, here's how the conference operates, and this is the procedures you're violating. And the conference just continued anyway. And we were angered by this behavior. But you could see the brokenness of Joseph at that moment because he knew things were not going to change. There was a hope there, things were going to change. The only thing that changed is Greg got put back on the board of trustees after being removed years ago. The only thing that got changed was Greg was put back on and was given at least his honor back as being a trustee. But everything else spiraled. There was never an accountability. It was never responsible. And Jim wanted that there. He wanted accountability. He wanted that conference to become accountable to the fellowship. And he wanted the conference to be group conscience material, and there were procedures to follow, and they were violating. They were violating how to get things on the conference floor, and there was upsetness there between this whole stuff. We were trying to work for a common goal, an accomplishing goal. You can read Bob Stone's book, and you'll see parts where he just gives the conference side and the World Service side, and not the other people. He'll just call us basically we're the standing minority, and he has us voting in block. Well, what he should have wrote in there is about the trustees, the director, and the conference chairs standing in the block against the fellowship. See, we see things differently, is what I'm trying to say. We're looking at it as they are a standing block, and when they stand up, the rest of Europe or whatever other part of the world was standing up with them. They would wait to the trustees standing up in the block, the board of director and the committee chairs and the conference chair and vice chair and secretary and treasurer stood in a block. Then the rest of the world would stand up with them, because as you think about it, they were developing the rest of the world. It was not the way it was developed in the United States. The United States was developed through a grassroots movement of addicts touching addicts and helping each other and spending time with one another at their kitchen tables, in their meetings, in the diners, okay? And talking about how to do service, how to carry this message, how to support one another. Where they were actually going overseas, and they were the ones that were directing them how to form, and people want to know why they're running into conflict. Well, that conflict is if you do the actual study, and you'll find out it's all there. It's documented. It's documented how it happened, the way it happened, and yet people cry out and they want them to be held accountable, but they're not going to be ever. And so we got to look at the men's lives and the contributions they gave. And Greg passed of cancer of the pancreas, and he died as a spiritual being that just gave to us. Joseph died after having pneumonia in the hospital and went home for 2 weeks, and he died sitting in his front lawn, basically, okay? And they found him, but he didn't want to die in the hospital. He didn't want to be there no more. He didn't want to go back. And he talked to me about this for that 2 weeks straight. He talked to me daily. We spent more time on the telephone, probably 80 hours in 2 weeks, talking to one another, sharing our lives with one another, and he passed. Jim and I went on a road trip that did history days. We met Bo at a lot of our history days, Syracuse, Miami, or outside of Orlando there. We did these history days around the country. We up in North Carolina, we met there, and did a history day. And we were a moving history day, basically. We did them down in Texas, in Dallas, Fort Worth, which Jim couldn't get there, so Kevin came down, and and Bo was there for that one. We experienced one another's lives doing history days. We went to Cincinnati. Sean was there in Cincinnati. He went up to New England with us. We held one in Philadelphia. He was up in Syracuse with us. Okay, people went out to talk about history, how this fellowship was developed, how the book was developed, how it was the miracle that happened for us. And Jim traveled with me to all these here and met Bo at these things, met different people, and we shared our experience, strength, and hope. And we shared things that people don't want to talk about. Someone mentioned, Boyd's going around doing history. Well, I'm going to tell you what, Boyd may be doing history, but he's missing a whole lot. He's not talking about the baby blue. He's not talking about the controversy that happened. He's putting a nice presentation together. To me, it's a fluff. It's not getting into the nitty gritty. It's not talking about the things that Jim Miller did. He's not talking about when Jim said we lost our best that we ever had to offer to right in the basic text and were driven away from NA. He's not talking about the lives that were affected in a negative manner right in our book and were driven away from us. Like he said, our greatest people who participated were driven from us. We do not honor our own membership at times. I just talked about this Friday night, where we don't know how to treat one another. In our fellowship, we do a lot of harm through these days, and we never make amends for it. The amends process should be correcting it, participating together, and empowering home groups to have their own destiny and their own autonomy. And that's what these men taught me about. I mean, Greg wrote the traditions in the Gray Book. You think about that. He wrote the Gray Book traditions. They're written by Greg. And when you think about that, it's a miracle. It's unbelievable when you read them traditions and when you actually apply them. Greg used to say something that meant so much. He'd tell me, Bill, you're doing something that's never been done before. And I used to say, what are you talking about, Greg? We're doing exactly what you told us to do. Yes, but it was never done. We were actually applying the principles of the NA tree. And the NA tree was never allowed to happen. It was changed. 1979, you come out with a service manual. Then you come out with the green manual that they never got approved at the conference. They approved the first part. And then they come out with the guide, the temporary working guide that another addict takes credit for. And he said it was his greatest work, John Farrell from Philadelphia. And you think about this stuff, he's telling me it's stuff was never allowed to happen. The spirituality of what the tree was talking about, empowering home groups. And when you look at our history, it talks about it where how things were changed throughout it. And that's another time, but these men honored these things and they kept this going. Jim's life was dedicated to revealing the truth. Jim's life was dedicated to commitment. And he finally got to the point where he helped our home group and his home group develop a service body that only is directed by the home groups. And it's called the Anonymous Foundation. It's called the Fellowship Service Conference. He helped develop that. And we went throughout the country talking to people and trying to get things off the ground. And we traveled. The last road trip that I'm going to talk about is Jim's life, of him traveling with me and going to these history days. And you can get all the CDs. You can listen to all the speakers because they're documented. They're all documented. We have them available for people to listen to. But it was the stuff that happened between there where he would travel to my house. We traveled to Savannah, Georgia together. And we do this history there. We traveled to the eastern shore of Maryland or down to Maryland for our first one. We travel up to Syracuse. We travel up to New England. And things happen along the road when we be in the cars talking together. It's the way we learned together, fellowshipping together, talking about it. You know, he just put a picture of Larry Northup. How many people have spent time in Larry's van, in the back of his van, traveling from place to place with Larry, you know, and traveling with place to place with these men and learning and picking their minds and being open-minded to learn about the principles of Narcotics Anonymous and what they mean, what they matter, and how these men touch our lives. And this is about honoring people that touched our lives. And Pete was right. We don't ever put them on up in the sky where they're not touched. We're all human, of course, and we all come with defective character and shortcomings. How we learn to deal with them and work together as a unit, though, is more important. And that's what I learned from these men, how to work together with people and still accomplish our goals. And what our goal is changing the world one addict at a time and carrying this message throughout the world and letting people know a service structure is not Narcotics Anonymous. And that was defined in the old Fourth and Ninth tradition. It was defined there. What is Narcotics Anonymous? Real simple. It's when addicts come together at a time and place to carry the message of hope and promise of freedom. That's Narcotics Anonymous. It's Narcotics Anonymous the minute we open that door, before the meeting, after, through the meeting, and after the meeting together. That's Narcotics Anonymous when we come together for the purpose of carrying the message. Our autonomy is the formats that we use to carry that message, the vehicle we use. And we should never be condemned because we choose to use the Gray Book as a historical document in our room. That'd be like saying, oh, you can't ever have a speaker there. They're not approved. Well, so what if it was never approved? It's our history. It's our foundational that become our basic text. It's the story of lives that helped write it and gave up their lives to participate, to carry this message, to spend that time in that week out in Ohio on the farm at Jim's place, to be able to participate together, for Pete to write them songs and be touched by what happened. It's the happening that's going on. It's the intermingling of addicts carrying that message, and should always be open. It always should be able, anyone should be able to participate, and it always should be accountable. And if we do them things and we're honest with one another, these men will be held in honor for their contributions to what we become, where we're at today, what we're doing together, how we're flourishing still without the service structure. We are flourishing throughout the world. I'm telling you, we developed a group in Moscow with a great book today. I'm on a call every week in Iran. He called me up 3 times on the phone this week, just open-minded, wanting knowledge. And my responsibility, as Jimmy said, and Jimmy told us what our responsibility, he did it in the 20th celebration speech. He told us we're responsible for the addict who so suffer. We are responsible for them, nobody else. We're to carry our message, nobody else. But yet NA has taken this whole experience now to allow rehabs and prisons and stuff to dictate our message to us. It's not us. We're not doing our own stuff anymore. We're relying on some of the pump people into when we should be reaching into the streets where addicts are dying today. We should be carrying the message like they're doing in the Netherlands, where they're getting signs back out. They're getting their web page out there. They're getting addicts. Their web page is growing. www.nahelp.nl is growing. They're getting over 1,000 hits on their web page today. That's the experience we did when we first set helplines up at Pete, remember. We start getting called, we start getting excited. We wanted to get addicts in the room. We need to find a way to get them, where they're not going to rehab, but they're coming to our rooms again, and we're doing the 12-step work again. We're carrying the message. That's our responsibility, but we lost that along the road. You know, it's just like when someone's put it in the book that, you know, about there is no magic elixir. Well, what are they doing? They're trying to give people magic elixir not to have to go through withdrawal, not to feel pain. I'm sorry, there's pain through withdrawal. There's pain through recovery. We don't need medication. We need 12 steps. We need solutions, spiritual solutions, how to work through it, how to get our lives managed by the spirit of the steps. Instead, we need to get back doing what we do, and that's what Jim, Greg, and Joseph taught me. Joseph taught me by the way he met Narcotics Anonymous, and you hear his story. He got on a telephone. He found a little white book. He called up that number, collect. It was Jimmy Kinnon. And Jimmy got him to start the first meeting in Memphis. He never picked up a drug. He got off all the medications he was on, and he worked his way through it. And he stayed clean. And when he came up to Connecticut at that time, I remember the Connecticut program chair said, "Can you get Joseph to come?" He won't answer the phone. I said, "I'll call him one more time." I do it every day. And this time he picked up the phone and he says, "You are the most consistent person I've ever met." He said, "You call daily regardless." I said, "Well, why'd you pick up the phone today?" He said, "Something told me to pick it up." And I told him, Connecticut wants you to be there with Jim, with Motorcycle Ed and Bo sharing on the writing of the basic text. And he came. And that's where Bonnie talked about seeing him going in and out of the history rooms and seeing all that collection that Danny had up, that a lot of it was from Joseph stuff. And he was so intrigued like a little child. And him and Jim and I sat together for the last time together, that whole weekend together after every meeting. In every meeting, him and I sat side by side, except when they were up or when I was up at the podium talking about, I talk about an area people don't want to hear about in our history. I talk about the creation of the Baby Blue. I talk about the court case. I talk about Grateful Dave's life, Big Lou, and what happened to Big Lou and how he died, you know, with a needle in his arm, how he was driven away from Narcotics Anonymous when Bob Berg decided to call him out at the World Convention and have the whole convention applaud Bob Berg and basically boo Big Lou and drive him out of the fellowship. He was going to get clean that day. He made a decision to come to my house. He called me, but he never made it. He did one more shot and died. But his whole intent was to hop on the plane. He bought the plane ticket. He was coming and asked me if he talks in my home. And he goes, "Bill, it's going to be rough. You know it." I said, "First, last, at my couch. You know that. You have my place. You can stay there as long as you need. We'll do the detox. I'll make sure you got the right vitamins, the waters, and the food in you that you need. And we'll have the bucket there. You can throw up as much as you need, but we're going to get you through it." And he died instead. but he was coming. He bought the plane ticket. He said, I got to take one more shot to get me there. Well, that last shot killed him. But his whole intent was to get clean again. His whole intent was to come home and be with us. Yeah, and to have a friend die that way because he was driven out. And this fellowship makes you take accountability for what we say, how we act, how we treat one another. And that's what happened with Big Lou, one of my best friends in the recovery. I talk about these type of things in development of the basic text, to the basic text being used as a political football to alter our message, okay? And that's what it's done. It altered our message, and it really altered the message in the 6th edition in the stories, where they're bringing in and they're doing what it says. We don't look at our difference, we look at our similarities. With that second part of the book now is looking at our differences instead. Is introducing the drug replacement and medications in that second part. It's introducing it. That's what this year was about. 2 conferences. When did we ever have 2 conferences? They didn't get it through the first conference, the medication thing, and you open it up. I looked at it, and there's a bunch of pills looking back at me in the face. What have that done to me back when I first got clean, Pete? If I saw pills in our literature, it would have sent me back out there. I was a chemical freak. It would have altered my fucking thinking process to see that in our book. If you put a set of needles in our book, what does it do to addicts? We'd be throbbing when we first get here, and you see a needle in your freaking literature, I'd be going out and shooting meth again. You know, I would be back out on the street. This book, this basic text, it says is a book of recovery. As you found it, please read it. It's a blueprint. It's a blueprint how to recover. And we should not be putting stuff out there that's not a blueprint for recovery, a shared experience of recovery from addiction. And that's what these 3 men lived. They lived that message. They lived that their total absence from any mood changing stuff, minor chemical. They lived it. They set a process and a pattern for me to follow. And to think about that last road trip, him and I going to Utah to do our last history day together. We traveled I went from my house to Tim's house in Ohio. We had dinner, we slept overnight. The next morning we drove to Kansas. We stayed in Kansas in a hotel together, and we got to see different things along the road. And then we traveled. The next day we traveled up over up to Denver, and we went up over 70, and we come down through the river, the Colorado River Canyon. We had to stop almost after every turn. We were stopping to take pictures. We were amazed together, seeing things that we didn't see before, because when I used to travel, then road 70 wasn't open. I had to take 80 back then when I went out to California. And that was in my addiction. I used to run my Harley there. And now I'm going out there. I'm in a car with my best friend, Jim, and we're amazed. We're stopping. We're taking pictures. We're talking about recovery. And we're talking about these issues we're going to talk about up in Salt Lake. And we went, and Jim stayed at some young couple's house. I stayed at another couple's house. They gave me their keys to their house. It was the way it was the old days. People would let you in, and they'd leave, and you'd be in their home. They trusted me. They put trust in me. They said, do me a favor. Here's how you set the alarm when you leave. Lock the house up. Here's where you put the key. They told me where to put the key, and I left. Yeah, I had breakfast in their home. I cleaned up after myself. I made my bed. I cleaned the bathroom up so there was no mess left to them. I put my dirty clothes in a bag that I took with me. I didn't leave anything in their home. I left their house better than I found it, the way they taught me to leave a meeting. So leave it better than you find it, and you're welcome back. And then I went and we spent the day with Chubbs up there, and we did a history day. And people were always just asking questions. We gave a lot more away for free. My home group printed, I don't know, about $1,000 worth of literature we put on the tables, and every bit of it stayed in Utah or went to Texas or went to New Mexico or to Arizona or up into northern Idaho or up into Wyoming. It went to different places. Went to Washington State. Just told people, take it, it's yours. People, I put T-shirts up there, and they said, what does it cost? I said, a donation. I said, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to have a charge. There's a box up there. Donate. And I had more money in the box than I paid for the shirts when I left. All right. So that went into more literature when I went home to print more literature. I didn't keep a red cent. I replaced the t-shirts, and that's all I did. And I put the money into literature to give away again, to give back what we've been given freely. Jim and I traveled back over the high plains, and we're talking. You know, I got a phone, and I don't know, you people all got them other phones, right? I got one of these, okay? All right, it's a flip phone yet. I don't want one of them high-tech phones. But we're traveling across the high plains, and I'm getting phone calls. And I'm answering them. I hand the phone to Jim and say, talk to this guy. It's Ramon from the Netherlands. Or it's this guy from this country. It's this guy from that country. All right? And Jim, as we're driving along, he looked at me and said, there's 2 questions I got for you. And I have a third one. He said, I want to know why your phone's working when no one else's phone is working. And I had to explain that I got a military phone. It's the same one they use in Afghanistan, okay? And I said, it bounces off the satellite so I can receive calls. And he said, then the second question, how do you have so many phone numbers of different people around the world? And I looked at him, I said, because this is what Joseph taught me. Joseph taught me to save everyone's phone number. If they're willing to give you your phone number, contact them. If they're willing to give you an email them. Joseph was the greatest person in communication skills in that area that he taught me. And then he said, and the third thing was, I'm envious of you. And I looked at him, why would you be envious of me, Jim? You've done so much for our fellowship. You've given so much of your life to us. You've been there with me the whole time. We cleaned up the same year, okay, 1979, like Billy. Pete cleaned up right after us, okay? There's been a bunch of us that cleaned up around the same time that have been able to be part of the greatest miracle ever. The greatest miracle of ever. And that's the growth of Narcotics Anonymous doubling and tripling in a short period of time. From the gray book, 600 there were 600 groups to 1,800 groups when the basic text came out. You think that's a triple in the fellowship. Ever have you ever seen a tripling of the fellowship like that in a given short period of time? From this commitment of these men and the energy they gave us to bring us in with them. They included us. They made us feel part of something. When you think of that honor that they gave us, that ability, when it says there, and you read the minutes in the conferences, that one person for one day clean could give something back and hug that person walking through the door. And then people showed up at the literature conferences. I remember the day when they say you're going to a convention, say the East Coast, you're coming to the 4th East Coast. We weren't concerned about money there. I can tell you that. I can tell you how insane it was there. I can tell you we had a guy just got out of the penitentiary running around with bags of money and running up to me and said, what do you do with them? I said, where'd you get it from? He said, Egon gave them to me. Egon was our treasurer. He's supposed to take them to the bank, and he has this guy that just got out of the penitentiary with 2 grocery bags of cash. And I went back to Egon and said, Egon, you need help here? We'll get some people here. Take this money to the bank. But it wasn't taken. The guy was he wanted to find someone that he could give it to. He said, I shouldn't have this money, but he told me to take it. Well, he meant to put it away in the room, but the guy didn't know what to do with it. But we stayed up for days at that convention. We experienced something like never before. I remember the conference director from Lehigh running around with just his tie on, delivering coffee all night. He told me I'll never sign a contract like that again. And I remember signing that contract. I had Tom M., remember Tom the Red from Georgia, and little Linda came up to my house to help me negotiate the contract. After the 2nd East Coast, they came to my house and spent 2 weeks with me. And we hashed that contract out with Lehigh, and I would not even start the contract till he wrote it in, all the coffee you can drink for free. He didn't realize how much coffee we drank. He didn't realize people didn't sleep there. And he was delivering coffee at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning with a tie on. He sent staff home. He was making the coffee for us. What an exciting time to live in Narcotics Anonymous. And because of these men's commitment, what they gave us, what they touched each one of the people that shares lives that participated in this discussion today of this history of these men and what they gave, the stones. I carry stones in my pocket today. I mean, I pick them up wherever I go. I pick them up in New England on the beaches, okay? I pick them up. This is a stone from New England. It's a nice flat one. I want to put an NA design in and give it to a newcomer one day. Here's a stone. And then I'll tell them the story about Greg. You know, and I got loads of stones like that. You know, and never thought I'd be a guy running around with stones in my pocket, okay? I carry this one around. It's a quartz. It's a clear quartz. I've been carrying this around for years. One day it's going to end up in a newcomer's hand. And I'll be able to tell them and introduce them to Greg. We'll carry their message. We'll carry these spirits on. Them spirits live through us. It's our responsibility for people to learn about these spirits that gave us so much and keep this thing alive and free, that we can carry it throughout the world, that no addict need die anywhere without hearing the message of hope and promise of freedom. It's our responsibility. That trip was me and Jim talking about that stuff all the way back to his house. I mean, remember, we were like little kids. I don't remember when there was a Sinclair gas station on the East Coast. Anyone remember that dinosaur? Well, we found this place as we crossed the border from Iowa into Illinois. There was a gas station there with a big dinosaur. Me and Jim were like little kids taking pictures, you know, sitting on the dinosaur, standing around the dinosaur. It was just the neatest experience of our lives to experience these things. When you go up over them Rockies and you hit the top of that mountain and you look down that Colorado River Valley and you see that there, how that mighty river cut them gorges out. It's just amazing. And you go across the high plains and you're looking and you're remembering movies of Clint Eastwood on the high plains. And you're thinking that might have been where the set was at. And when you come across Wyoming and seeing that high desert plain and you're seeing the tumbleweeds, you're thinking about the old cowboy movies and stuff that they made, the sets that they could have had there. And you're thinking about the people that you met along the road that are living in Wyoming, living up in northern Idaho, you know, and you're thinking about their stories and their experiences, meeting Tom that I've been talking to from Washington State in Salt Lake there at the History Day, that he traveled from Washington State to be there with Chubbs and I, and just participate with these men and these women that we meet along the road. This is a story to be written. This is the history of Narcotics Anonymous, and it's one addict touching another. It's a story that needs to be told. I mean, we could all talk about the problems, but what about the solution? How are we finding solutions to help support one another when we're having a World Service conference that attacks groups that want to read a Baby Blue or want to read a Gray Book? That is Narcotics Anonymous, no matter how you look at it. It's our choice what our formats are. Our autonomy of our fourth tradition allows that. People don't understand the service structure is the ninth tradition. They are the ninth tradition. And who are they accountable? Who created it is the groups. They're accountable directly to the groups. And when you look at the wording of it, you realize no conglomerate of no corporation should be directing the groups and its membership. Never should that ever have happened. But it's allowed to have happened, and it's our responsibility to reject it and say no more. We're not participating with that. We're going to leave. We can work together. Together, we can accomplish so much more. Together, we can carry this message of hope, promise of freedom without anyone putting demands on us. That's our responsibility, nobody else's. And that's the legacy that these three men have taught me in my lives. Two of them my sponsor and one of my best friends, Jim Miller, who was clean 42 years yesterday. 42 years of total absence, many mood-changing, submolecular chemical. He taught me that more than any man could. And Joseph taught me how now to medicate myself and to get through my struggles. Greg taught me how to work the steps, just like Joseph did. And Jimmy Kinnon taught me about responsibility of carrying the message. And through this here, I'm involved in Iran. I'm involved in Russia. I've been in Russia. Bo's been in Russia. I spoke over there, and the only thing I never did that before, I never spoke 8 hours, 2 days in a row, but that's what they gave me. They said, I get there, and said, who's going to be helped with the workshops? It's you. And I'm looking, I'm like, wait a minute, we got a problem here. I never spoke that long. And then I wore, I think, 4 interpreters out on a weekend. I'm like, why are they leaving? You got a new one that can't keep up with you. And I'm like, so, no, you're the, and I speak on the steps. I had to speak on sponsorship. I had to speak on, which I talked about, home groups before I went into the traditions. One day was steps and one day was traditions. And there still wasn't enough time to get it all done. I told them we're going to have to do this again, and maybe we should do it for full 2 weeks. Find a place to go get into and stay there for 2 weeks and really do some in-depth studying of the steps and traditions. And let's get this thing off the right way instead. So I was really grateful to be able to go there for the first time ever in my life, to be in Moscow, Russia. I'm grateful to be talking to Iran every week, to an Iranian that wants help, and he's seeking knowledge. He wants knowledge. I'm grateful to be part of that. I'm grateful to keep this tradition alive of one addict carrying a message to another. I'm grateful to be able to talk with the people in England, in Sweden, in the Netherlands, in Thailand, down in New Zealand. I'm grateful for these people to have connections to Australia today and help be supportive to their home groups instead of being responsible to a service structure. I'm responsible to my home group through our membership and our outreach around the world instead, developing these things. It's our responsibility as home groups to do this, not the service structure. The service structure was supposed to be set up as Greg envisioned for us to communicate and do the work that we can't do alone, to do it together and pass on information and develop that stuff through the home groups, through its membership, and to flourish as a fellowship. And that's what I've been taught by these men: tradition, steps, communication, responsibility. And you think about that, we've been given a gift, all of us, every one of us. We just got to bury our differences to work together. We got to quit fighting what the vehicle is. We meet every June in one vehicle, and it's called the Fellowship Service Conference. Everyone's invited to it. Every group has a seat there. Every group got a say there. Who doesn't have a say is the chair, the vice, the co-chair, the secretary, and we have no treasurer. A home group handles that for us. And they have no voice there. They got no voice there. The fellowship got the voice, and only the fellowship. So we corrected that part we didn't like about World Service. We corrected it through the home groups directing it. And yeah, it takes time when groups do things. Yeah, it takes time. But you know, addicts ain't going to die because we chase them out the room. Addicts aren't going to die because we don't allow them to be involved. Addicts are going to live because of that. Their spirit's going to be uplifted, and they're going to do a continuation of this message. And you're going to have an open, more welcoming room of Narcotics Anonymous instead. That's more positive for us, okay? And that's what we need to be putting out there, is positivity and making sure men like Greg, like Joseph, like Jim Miller, like Grateful Dave, like Larry North, they're all past, every one of them, that we honor their part that they played and honor how we can duplicate what they've given us. It's honoring them today by our actions. Honoring Jimmy K when I talked to him for that first time. And he said, and we were looking to get literature, and he sent me $200 worth of literature. When we got the money, our group finally got the money to send it to him. He told us not to send it to him, but give it away. We've given it away 1,000+ times instead. We don't ask people when they come to our group and they need it, they want to start a meeting. We tell them, go to our literature table, take what you need. And they say, well, how much? As much as you need, take it. We'll reprint it. We got no problem with reprinting literature and getting other groups do the same now. Sean's home group has traveled to History Days and brought literature and put it on the table for free. The same way that we told them, hey, what's there at Darts? I mean, newsletters, we print them out all the time. People, hey, take them, we'll reprint them. It ain't about the money. The seventh tradition takes care of itself. People don't understand that basket is not the seventh tradition. It's just one way of applying a spiritual principle. That's all it is. The contribution, that if you don't focus on the money will be there through gratitude. Gratitude is the most important thing that we can have for one another, is gratitude for your life and mine. The first time I met Mitch was in 1985 at the World Convention in DC. Was photobombing our tables. You get a picture, a video of me on the table, and Mitch is there looking at us, okay? Right in there with us, okay? And I met Mitch, and him and I become friends over the years, okay? But because of that, they're touching each other's lives, and the message was more important than the money. The message was more important than anything else in the world. that we build friendships, okay? And we overcome one another's personality differences, okay? We don't focus on that. We focus on the asset of that individual, what they have to contribute, and we flourish with that. We can look at each other's defects. I wouldn't be with one of you when I first walked through this door. I was an outlaw biker when I came here. There were no outlaw bikers that I could meet. I met George and Donnie down in Norristown. I didn't meet bikers till I got to the world literature people. Then I met Charles and I met Roy Drum. I met a few others, okay, through that. But I wanted to use with most of these people in this fellowship because they didn't use like I used, is what I would say. They didn't know the lifestyle. The lifestyles were differences, of course, but you know, our similarities were all important. Our similarities are focusing that we all had this one thing. We were all emotional and stable. We all were seeking that same thing, recovery. I could focus on your pain. I could focus on your willingness, your desires, your open-mindedness. You're willing to give back. And that attracted me. It attracted me like no other brotherhood ever could. When I ended up in the outlaw world, it was for a brotherhood. When I ended up in Narcotics Anonymous, like a festival. It's like being in Woodstock without drugs. All right? It was like being tied up in the speakers with Jimi Hendrix guitar playing through my body, the Star Spangled Banner. But here it was. I wasn't tied up. I was free. You taught me about freedom instead. You taught me about the love and care and compassion and empathy that Jimmy talked about. And you told me how to show it back to one another and not be stuck in the box, but to get out of the box and participate. And that's my vision for Narcotics Anonymous, that we become the visionaries that these men set for us. And that we get back involved and motivated, highly motivated to carry this message that no addict need die anywhere in the world without hearing our message, a clarity of our message, where we're not trying to control one another, but we're here to support one another. We're here to set the vehicle of support up instead. Instead of our differences, what are our similarities? And that's why we got attracted to one another. That's why we went to any length with one another to grow. As we grow, the rest of the world will grow. Let's take off the chains. Let's take off the differences. Let's show one another how we do this message together. Have open minds again. Don't allow your mind to close. Don't allow our differences to separate us, because that's what the disease wants. It wants us in boxes. It wants us controlled so the disease can manifest again. We need to defeat it. And how do we defeat it? Is together. Never alone again. That was the theme of the first East Coast Convention. It was the theme that kept me here when I first heard it. Never alone again. I remember all them lonely prison cells. I remember them lonely midnight runs. I remember that lonely night when I wanted to die. And I was going to commit mass murder that night. And I got that phone call, and it was God. And I'm writing a new thing, and it's one for NA and one for something else I'm involved in. It's going to be God's greatest work is done by imperfect human beings. And we are all imperfect. And we're doing God's greatest work through the 12 steps and 12 traditions of Narcotics Anonymous. And I'm writing that, and hopefully it's going to develop into a booklet about God's greatest work and the miracles that I've seen and others have seen throughout the ages, that we've been allowed to be involved in the greatest story ever written for addicts by addicts. And that's the message I want to leave about these three men. They taught me that. And Jimmy Kinnon taught me that. Larry North taught me that. These men taught me this here stuff. And my intertwining when me and Pete and Billy were together on a regular basis, participating together, taught me that. Our togetherness won over the day. Our togetherness, when I see pictures of Pete and me sitting at the East Coast, together, me with my hat on, my baseball cap, we looked burned out that Sunday morning. We looked burned out, but guess what? It was a great feeling that night at the banquet when we stood up at that head table, and I had my baseball cap on, my sneakers, and my burgundy tuxedo with tails. And we're sitting there amongst over 1,000 addicts in Stabler Arena. Never thought it would ever happen, but yet it happened because of you. And that's something I learned from Carmelita, because of you. When Carmelita stood up in the 11th World Convention, and I just surrendered cigarettes, and I sat at that convention when I got there, and I got 2 speeding tickets on the way, both on 95, but one was in Georgia. Big old cop. He had a big rim on it, and he's looking at me, and he's like, "You know how fast you were going?" I said, "Yeah, sir, 95." He said, "You know the speed limit?" I said, "Yeah, 95, the sign said." So he said, "You got a nice fat ticket." I tried to pay him off cash. He asked me if they wanted me to put him in jail for bribery right now. And I said, "Wait a minute, sir. I'll take the ticket." And he goes, "I wish you would, because otherwise I'm putting you in jail today." I didn't want to have I didn't want to have him to run my record, because I know I was wanted for my addiction in Atlanta for beating up 2 cops that one day there. And when I paid my way out of jail, I went home and never went back to Georgia to that day. And I was scared. My wife's looking at me in the car. She said, what's going on here? I said, "You don't need to know." And then I got nailed for doing 105 in Florida, trying to get to that World Convention. And the cop gave me a big ticket again and told me get there safely. When I got there, Carmelita and Brother Rick were on top of these round tables, jumping up in the air. They're cheering the opening of the convention that Thursday, and they're cheering it. No, it was on a Friday, because it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, the Labor Day weekend. And they're cheering, and the room is filled up with smoke to my as I stood up to my waist, and I never picked a cigarette up since. Never smoked a pipe, never smoked another cigar since. I made it through that weekend, and I spent time with Charles. I spent time looking out the window with the literature people, looking at the dolphins and talking about the writing of the book. Excitement. Never felt such. And Joseph rubbing me down, and Jim and Greg and everyone talking about this thing, this greatest miracle that's ever going to happen. And it's a basic text. The story that needs to be told over and over again, that addicts know that it took contributions, blood, sweat, and tears, and it took energy from each one of us giving. And that's what the 7 tradition is about giving back what we've been given freely. And they set that up for me. And I'll never forget that. I will deliver that to the day I die. I'm more involved than I was ever before. And one time I was in the area, I was in the group, the area, the region, in the world. I was on 5 world committees. All right. And my life was dedicated. My house was Grand Central Station from Narcotics Anonymous. There were addicts sleeping in every room. There was addicts detoxing on the couch. The coffee pot went around the clock. I had a 100-cup pot in my house going. There was no little coffee pots. There was a 100-cup pot brewing constantly. My life was greater than it ever was. I was no longer on a midnight run, no longer sitting in a prison cell, no longer wanting to die, willing to commit mass murder. God intervened on November the 8th of 1975 in my life. And someone asked me a question at 2 a.m. You're not afraid to die. You're afraid to live. Could you give me 5 minutes of your time? That 5 minutes turned to this day. I celebrate November the 16th because that's the day I made a decision to stay clean. I didn't make it November the 8th. It was November the 16th. I told that woman who called me that God woke up out of her sleep to call me, and God intervened and brought me to Narcotics Anonymous. I owe it a debt, and I'll never be able to repay what it's given me. Never, ever, ever will I repay that. I will just keep giving of my spirit and my time and talk about the people who touched my life along the road, and the greatest miracle ever to happen through open participatorial, through them times in the diners, through them times in Pete's, when Pete lived in the farm, to Billy Z sitting in his house and him coming to my house, sitting in the conferences, sitting at the 4th East Coast, the 2nd East Coast, the 3rd East Coast, the 5th East Coast, the 6th East Coast, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. I went to all of them. I'll talk about them times, about the people we sat up with at night, because I never slept at these conventions. I never slept at them. I stayed up the whole weekend because some of the greatest stuff that happened at 2, 3, 4 in the morning when we're together. And we're sharing one another's lives together, talking about the stories, the experiences, the strengths. And when Bowen was up here and we did that thing at Lehigh, the history weekend, and the time we did it at Cedar Church, and we're sitting over there at Tony Park and watching the fireworks and shooting fireworks behind my house, and the cops are coming, and remember the girl going underneath the van, and we were looking at them like, and I thought, and someone looked and said, you know, you got a motley crew here. And I looked, you got Bo, who was a radical from the back in the days of the strip. You got Indian Charlie from Wounded Knee. You got 2 ex-weathermen here, Mac and Fred from Oakland, and they said, you got an ex-angel and you got an ex-pagan. The sense here. But we're having a great time. We're doing history. We're talking about how to develop our fellowship. And we're experiencing one another one more time. One more meal together, one more conference together, more development of our fellowship and ideals. And the ideals are what keep us going. Grateful Dave was there that weekend. Grateful Dave spent a lot of time in my home. He lived there 2 times, 6 months apiece in my home. We spent the courthouse help you. We spent in that court trial, and we know agreement was never lived up to. We know they were in contempt of court. They died though. We know we were people like myself who tried to substitute ourselves as defendants to continue the contempt, but the judge won't allow it. But we know World Service didn't win that court case. It was an agreement that the judge demanded be made, and they didn't live up to it. So why would this corporation live up to anything that the fellowship thinks they're agreeing with them with? Because they're not. They never will live up to it. They're at a corporation. They're in California for a reason. They have no sunshine laws. They don't ever have to show you your books. The FIPT, you try to get them to say that that you can take a case against them and win it. You're not going to win it. The laws are behind them in California. Any other state, I say it'd be a great court case, but not in California, because they don't have contempt charges there. You cannot take them through the sunshine of California. They don't have them. 49 other states have sunshine laws in them. So why we could never get them to move that office out of California? Because then they'd have to be accountable through the sunshine laws. You'd have the right to walk in and open their books. You don't have that right in California. That is supported by the corporations instead. So it's wasted energy. Why get caught up in wasted energy? Let's get back to doing the miracle business. Let's do the miracle business together. Let's not ever be alone to be together. Bind like we did in the early days, and we can create miracles once again. Thank you for allowing me to participate and honor my 3 best friends, Greg, Joseph, and Jim. Thank you, my friends.
Billy, thank you so much for sharing with us. Everyone can unmute, and thank Billy for his share.
Thanks, Billy.
Thanks, Billy.
Thanks, Billy. That
Thank
was great.
you. Thank you so much. This was
Thank you for
ways amazing.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Billy Z. Thanks, all you guys, man.
Thank you, Billy.
Thanks, everybody, for sharing.
Hey, everybody, I'm Addict named Dan. Mitch had to step away, but I'd like to thank Gene, Pete, Bonnie, Bo, Guy, Billy Z, Billy A, and Lori for sharing with us today. What a beautiful event. And we'd like to close out today with a moment of silence to remember why we're here, followed by the step prayer. Said.
Take my will in my life, guide me in my recovery.
Recovery.
Show me how to live.
Clean.